198 Anugita. Him away from them was happily terminated. Arjuna, of course, was unable to resist the execution of this wish, but he requested Katsha, before leaving for Dvaraka, to repeat the instruction which had been already conveyed to him on the holy field of Kurukshetra, but which had gone out of his degenerate mind. Krishna thereupon protests that he is not equal to a verbatim recapitulation of the Bhagavad Gita, but agrees, in lieu of that, to impart to Arjuna the same instruction in other words, through the medium of a certain ancient story, or Puratana Itihasa. And the instruction thus conveyed constitutes what is called the Anugita, a name which is in itself an embodiment of this anecdote. Now the first question which challenges investigation with reference to this work is, if we may so call it, the fundamental one: how much is properly included under the name? The question is not one quite easy of settlement, as our authorities upon it are not all reconcilable with one another. In the general list of contents of the Asvamedha Parvan, which is given at the end of that Parvan in the edition printed at Bombay, we read that the first section is the Vyasavakya, the second the Samvartamarathya. With neither of these have we aught to do here. The list then goes on thus: Anujit, Vasudevagamana, Brahmava, Jita, Guruzishaya Samveda, Uttankopakhyana, and so forth. With the later sections, again, we are not here concerned. Now let us compare this list with the list which may be obtained from the titles of the chapters in the body of the work itself. With the 16th chapter, then, of the Asvamedha Parvan, begins what is here called the Anujita Parvan, and that chapter and the 3 following chapters are described as the 16th, 17th, 16th, and 19th chapters respectively of the Anujita 4 Parvan, which forms part of the Asvamedha Parvan. The title of the 20th chapter contains a small, but important addition. It runs thus: such is the 20th chapter of the Anujita Parvan, forming part of the Asvamedha Parvan, being the Brahma Gita. This form is continued down to the 34th chapter, only Brahmasa. Introduction. 199. Jita being substituted for Brahma Jita. At the close of the 35th chapter, there is another alteration caused by the substitution of Guruzishaya Sasveda for Brahmavsa Jita. And this continues down to the 51st chapter, where the thread of the narrative is again taken up, the philosophical parenthesis, if I may so say, having come to an end. With the 51st chapter our present translation also ends. Now, it appears from the above comparison, that the list of contents set out above is accurate, save in so far as it mentions Vasudevagamana as a distinct section of the Asvamedha Parvan. No such section seems to be in existence, and there appears to be nothing in the Asvamedha Parvan to which that title could be appropriately allotted. The edition printed at Madras agrees in all essential particulars with the Bombay edition, with this difference, that even at the close of the 20th chapter, the name is Brahmasa Jita, and not Brahma Gita as it is in the Bombay edition. The Calcutta edition also agrees in these readings. Turning now to a MS procured for me by my excellent friend Pro. Fesarabhai Vishyakathavas at Ahmedabad, and bearing date the 15th of Falguna Vaidya 1823, Sunday, we find there at the end of the Asvamedha Parvan a list of contents, like that which we have seen in the printed edition. The relevant portion of that list is as follows: Samvartamarat Taya, Anugita 4, Guruzishaya Sasveda, and Uttankopfekhaidna. Here we find neither the erroneous entry of Vasudevga Mana, nor the correct entry of Brahmagita, which are both contained in the other list. In another MS which I have now before me, and which has been lent me by Professor Bastaka, who purchased it in Pua for the government of Bombay, in this MS, which contains the commentary of Arguna Misra, the earlier chapters are described not as chapters of the Anugita Parvan, but of the Anugit Kon, timed in the Asvamedha Parvan, and they are numbered there as they are numbered in our translation, not continuously with the numbering of the previous chapters of the Asvamedha Parvan. At the close of chapter 4, we have an explicit statement that the Anugit 4 ends there. Then the Brahmagita begins, and the first chapter is 200 Anugita, described as a chapter of the Brahmagita in the Asvamedha Parvan. The numbering of each of these chapters of the Brahmagita is not given in the copy before us, the titles and descriptions of the various chapters being throughout incomplete. Some of the later chapters are described as chapters of the Brahmagita, and some as chapters of the Brahmavagita, but this discrepancy is probably to be put to the account of the particular copyist who wrote out the copy used by us, with what is chapter XX in our num. Bearing the Guru's Ishaya Sasamveda begins. This MS omits all reference to any Anugite Parvan, and fails to number the various chapters. Its list of sections agrees with that in the Bombay edition. It bears no date. So much for what may be described as our primary sources of information on this subject. Let us now glance at the secondary sources, and, first, Nilakazia in commenting on what is, according to his numbering, chapter 15, stanza 43, apparently distinguishes that chapter from what he speaks of as the Brahmazajite and Guru's Ishaya Savsveda, which he implies follow after that chapter, thus indicating that he accepted in substance the tradition recorded in the passages we have already set forth, viz. that the first 4 chapters of our translation form the Anugita, the next 15 the Brahmazajita, and the last 17 the Guru's Ishaya Sasveda. This is also the view of Arguna Misra. At the close of his gloss on chapter 4, he distinctly states that the Anugita ends at that chapter, and again at the close of the gloss on chapter 19, he explicitly says that the Brahmavagita ends there. He also adds the following interesting observation: the feminine form, jita, namely, is used in consequence of the word Upanishad being feminine. The full title of that part of the Mahabharata would then be, according to this remark of Arguna Misra, the Upanishads sung by the Brahmas are a title parallel to that of the Bhagavad-Gita, the Upanishads sung by the deity. It is to be further remarked that the last chapter of the Guru's Ishaya Sasveda is called in this commentary the 18th chapter of the Guru's Ishaya Sasveda, a fact which seems to indicate that Arguna Misra either found Introduction 201. In the MS which he used, or himself established, a separate numbering for the chapters in the several sections, of which the Asvamedha Parvan is made up. Although the information here set out from these various sources is not easily to be harmonized in all its parts, the preponderance of testimony seems to be in favor of regarding the portion of the Asvamedha Parvan embraced in our translation as containing three distinct sections, viz. the Anugita, the Brahmavajita, and the Guru's Ishaya says Veda. And some indirect support may be derived for this conclusion from one or two other circumstances. In the Sankhya-sara of Vijayadna Bhikshu, a work which, as we shall see in the sequel, expressly mentions the Anugita, we have a passage cited as from the Bharata, which coincides almost precisely with a passage occurring at Chapter Ksai of our translation, CP 335. And in the Bhashya of Sankaracharya on the Bhagavad-Gita, Chapter 15. Stanza I, we have a citation as from a Purdza of a passage, which coincides pretty closely with one which occurs at Chapter XX of our translation, SCEP 313. If the discrepancies between the quotations as given by Vijayadna Bhikshu and Sakara, and the passages occurring in our text, may be treated merely as various accordings, and there is nothing inherently improbable in this being the case, it may be fairly contended that neither Sankara nor Vijayadna Bhikshu would have used the vague expressions Apurdva or even the Bharata if they could have correctly substituted in lieu of them the specific name Anu. Jait. And this, it may be said, is a contention of some weight, when it is remembered that both Sankara and Vijayadna show, in other parts of their writings, an acquaintance with this very Anujite. If this reasoning is correct, asterisk in the beginning of his gloss on the Anugita he says, that it proposes to explain difficult passages in the Anugiti, and see, Anugitadishu. And at the outset of his gloss on the whole Parvan he says, that in the Anugiti we have a statement of the miseries of birth, and see, as a protest against worldly life, in the Bhayamarjita we have a recommendation of Praksvayama, and see, and the Guru. Sashaya Samveda we have a Kulajayam on the perception of the self as distinct from Prakriti or nature, and incidentally a protest against pravati or action. 7 Pan 202 Anugita. The conclusion to be derived from it must be, that Sankara and Vijayadna must have considered the chapters of the Asvamedha Parvan from which their respective quotations are taken as not forming part of the Anugit. The testimony we have thus collected is apparently of considerable weight. Against it, however, we have to weigh some testimony which appears to me to be entitled, upon the whole, to even greater weight. In the Sankhya of Vijayadna Bhikshu, to which we have already referred, we have two quotations from the Anugita which are distinctly stated to be taken from that work. The first occurs in our translation at p. 332, the second at p. 313. Now, if we adopt the conclusion above referred to, regarding the correct titles of the 36 chapters which we have translated, it is a mistake to attribute the passages in Q's Shan to the Anugite. They would, on that view, form part of the Guru's Ishaya Samveda. Again, in his commentary on the Sanatsugatiya, Sankara refers to sundry passages which he expressly says are taken from the Anugita 4, but which are not contained in the Anugita as limited by the evidence we have considered above. One of the passages referred to is taken from chapter 11 of our translation, and others are contained in the comments on Sanatsugatiya I, 6, and on I, 20, and I, 41%. It is difficult to resist the conclusion to which this positive evidence leads. One cannot possibly explain this evidence upon the view which we have first stated, while, on the other hand, the points which apparently support that view are capable of some explanation on the theory that the Anugita includes all the chapters here translated, and that in this wise the passages which we have referred to as cited by Sankara and Vijayapurna from Apurdva and from the Bharata may have been actually taken from some other work than the Anugita, even waiving the fact that the readings are different, though in regard especially to the quotation given by Sankara it is not one to be entirely lost sight of. There is this fact which is of great and almost conclusive weight on such a point as this, namely, that we pp 15,21. The latter corresponds to Satikra's quotation above referred to. 2 CP 206 Note. Introduction. 203. Have many instances of passages common, almost verbatim, it literatim, to the Mahabharata and other works. For one instance, take the very passage on which a chronological argument has been founded by us in the introduction to the Sanatsugatiya. It ought to have been there pointed out that the stanza about a young man being bound to 'tis to receive an elderly person also occurs in the Manu Smrti in exactly the same words. The omission to note this circumstance in its proper place in the introduction to the Sanatsugatiya was due to a mere inadvertence, but the conclusion there hinted at was expressed in very cautious language, and with many qualifications, out of regard to circumstances such as those which we are now considering. Similar repetitions may be pointed out in other places. The passage about the Kshatriya and Sattva and their mutual relations, CP 374, occurs, as pointed out in the note there, in at least 2 other places in the Mahabharata. The passage likewise which occurs at Jata p. 103, about the hands, feet, and sea, on all sides is one which may be seen, to my own knowledge, in about half a dozen places in the Mahabharata. Such cases, I believe, may be casually multiplied, and they illustrate and are illustrated by Mr. Freeman's proposition respecting the epic age in Greece, to which we have already alluded. It follows, consequently, that the quotations from Sankara and Vidna, to which we have referred above, do not militate very strongly against the final conclusion at which we have arrived. The testimony of the MSS and the commentators is, no doubt, of considerably greater force. But Nalakastha, whatever his merits as an exegete, and even these are often marred by a persistent effort to read his own foregone conclusions into the text he comments on. Nalakaya is but an indifferent authority in the domain of historical criticism. In his commentary on the Sanatsugatiya, for instance, he tells us that he has admitted into his text sundry verses which were not in the copy used by Sankara, and for which he had none but a very modern voucher, and he very naively adds that he has done so. 1 YP 139, and compare p.176 with Vishur XXX 44 Seek. 2 CIY 120. 204 Anugita. On the principle of collecting all good things to a focus. Arguna Misra is a very much more satisfactory commentator. But he is not likely to be a writer of much antiquity. I assume that he must be more recent than Sankarabhasharya, though I cannot say that I have any very tenable ground for the assumption. But assuming that, I think it more satisfactory to adopt Sankarabhasharya's nomenclature, and to treat the 36 chapters here translated as constituting the Anugita. It is not improbable, if our assumption is correct, that the division of the 36 chapters in the manner we have seen may have come into vogue after the date of Vigvyana Bhikshu, who, according to Dr. F. E. Hall, lived in all probability in the 16th or 17th century, and whom there is some slight reason for carrying back still further. Do these 36 chapters, then, form one integral work? Are they all the work of one and the same author? These are the questions which next present themselves for consideration. The evidence bearing upon them, however, is, as might be expected, excessively scanty. Of external evidence, indeed, we have really none, barring Safikra's statement in his commentary on the Bhad for Ramyaka Upanishad, that the verse which he there quotes from the Anugita has Vyasa for its author. That statement indicates that Sankara accepted the current tradition of Vyasa's authorship of the Anugita, and such acceptance presumably followed from his acceptance of the tradition of Vyasa's authorship of the entire Mahabharata. If that tradition is incorrect, and Vyasa is not the author of the Anugita, we have no means of ascertaining who is the author. And as to the tradition in question, it is difficult, in the present state of our materials, to form any satisfactory judgment. We therefore proceed at once to consider whether the Anugita is really one work. And I must admit at the outset that I find it difficult to answer this question. There are certainly some circumstances connected with the work which might be regarded as indie. See Preface, Satkhyasfra, p. 37. 1, 234. Introduction. 205. Cating a different authorship of different parts of it. Thus, in an early portion of the work, we find the first personal pronoun is used, where the Supreme Being is evidently intended to be signified, and yet the passage is not put into the mouth of Kafsha, but of the Brahmesa. A similar passage occurs a little later on also. Now it must be taken to be a somewhat strained interpretation of the words used in the passages in question to suppose that the speaker there used the first personal pronoun, identifying himself for the nonce with the Supreme Being. Again, in a passage still further on, we have the vocative opata, where the person addressed is not Arguna at all, but the Brahmama's wife. Now these lapses are susceptible of two explanations. Either we are to see in them so many cases of Homer nodding, or we may suppose that they are errors occasioned by one writer making additions to the work of a previous writer, without a vivid recollection of the frame work of the original composition into which his own work had to be set asterisk. I own that on balancing the probabilities on the one side and the other, my mind rather leans to the hypothesis of one author making a slip in the plexus of his own story within story, rather than the hypothesis of a deliberate interpolator forgetting the actual scheme of the original work into which he was about to foist his own additions registered trademark symbol. And this the rather, that we find a similar slip towards the very beginning of the work. Whcre we have the Brahmesa Kasyapa addressed as Parantapa, or destroyer of foes, an epithet which, I think, is exclusively reserved for Kshatriyas, and is, in any case, a very inappropriate one to apply to a humble seeker for spiritual light. This slip appears to me to be incapable of explanation on any theory of interpolation asterisk. And hence the other slips above noted can hardly be regarded as supporting any such theory. Another circumstance, not indeed bearing 1t in fact the Brahmesa 1s not identified with the Supreme Being afterwards. But that fact has not much bearing on the question here. For compare Wilson's Dasakam Frakarita, Inchiod. p. 22. 98. The third alternative, that a work independently written was afterwards bodily thrown into the Mahabharata, is one which in the circumstances here seems to me improbable. For see also pp. 235, 25a, 299, 206 Anugita. Out that theory, but rendering interpolations possible, serves to be noted. The scheme of the Anugita certainly lends itself to interpolations. A story might without much difficulty be added to the series of story joined to story which it contains. Against this, however, it must not be forgotten that the Santi Pavan of the Mahabharata and the Yoga-Vasishasha exhibit a precisely similar frame work of contents, and that the Pathisatantra and the Katha Saritsagara, among other works, follow the same model. And from this fact it may be fairly argued, that while there is, doubtless, room for suspecting interpolations in such cases, there is this to be remembered, that with respect to any particular one of these cases, such suspicion can carry us but a very short way. And further, it is to be observed, valate quantum, that the connection of the several chapters of the Anugita one with the other is not altogether a loose one, save at one or two points only. While they are all linked onto the main body of the narrative, only in what we have treated as the last chapter of the Anugita, without any trace of any other connecting link anywhere else. Upon the whole, therefore, we here conclude, though not without doubt, that the whole of the Anugita is the work of one author. The next question to be discussed is the important one of the age of the work. The quotations already given above from Sankaracharya's works, and one other which is referred to in the note below, suffice to show that the Anugita must have been some few centuries old in the time of Samvkaracharya. For whether we treat the Anugita as a part of the original Mahabharata or not, it is not likely that such a scholar as Sankara would have accepted the book as a genuine part of the Mahabharata. and as a work of volviii, if it had not been in his day of some respectable antiquity, of antiquity sufficient to have thrown the real author into oblivion, and to have substi. 1 C. Satikra, Saririkabhishaya, p. 726. That, however, may be a quotation from some other work. It may be noted that the passages quoted in the Bhashya on Sanatsugatiya I, 20 and I, 41 are not to be traced in our Copics, though expressly stated there to have been taken from the Anugita. Introduction 207. Tucked in his place Vidsa, who lived at the junction of the Dvapara and Kali ages, upwards of 30 centuries before the Christian era. The calculation is avowedly a very rough one, but I think we may, as the result of it, safely fix the 3rd century of the Christian era as the latest date at which the Anugita can have been composed. Let us now endeavor to find out whether we can fix the date as lying within any better defined period. It is scarcely needful to say that the Anugita 4 dates from a period considerably subsequent to the age of the Upanishads. The passages relating to the Samveda and so forth, which occur originally in the Upanishads, are referred to in the Anugita as ancient stories, an indication that the Upanishads had already come to be esteemed as ancient compositions at the date of the latter work. It is not necessary, therefore, to go through an elaborate examination of the versions of the ancient stories alluded to above, as contained in the Upanishads and in the Anugita 4, more especially because it is possible for us to show that the Anugita is later than the Bhagavad-Gita, which latter work, as we have seen, is later than the Upanishads. And to this point we shall now address ourselves. We have already observed upon the story referred to at the opening of this introduction, which, historically interpreted, indicates the priority of the Bhagavad-Gita to the Anugita. This conclusion is confirmed by sundry other circumstances, which we must now discuss in some detail, as they are also of use in helping to fix the position of the work in the history of Sanskrit literature and philosophy. First, then, it seems to me that the state of society mirrored in the Anugita indicates a greater advance in social evolution than we have already seen is disclosed in the Bhagavad-Gita. Not to mention decorations of houses and so forth, which are alluded to in one passage of the Anugita. We are here told of royal oppressions, of losses of wealth accumulated with great difficulty, and of fierce captivities. We are told, to adapt the language of a modern English poct, of laws grinding the weak, for strong men rule the Ch. Satraka, Bhashya, pg 13. 208 Anugita. Law. We have references to the casting of images with liquefied iron, and to the use of elephants as vehicles. And we meet with protests against the amusements of music and dancing, and against the occupation of artisans. True it is, that all these indications put together, fail to constitute what, according to the standard of modern times, would be called a highly artificial state of society. But it seems to me to mark a very perceptible and distinct advance beyond the social condition in which mankind was divided into 4 castes or classes, with such a division of duties, to put it briefly, as that of preparation for a future world, governed meant of this world, agriculture and trade, and service respectively register trademark symbol, artisans, it will be observed, are not even referred to in the Bhagavad-Gita, nor is there any trace of royal oppressions, or unequal laws. Then as regards music, it may be noted, that there are references to it in the Bhagavad-Gita and Kaushitaki Upanishads, without any indications of disapprobation. The protest against music, therefore, and the sister art of dancing, is probably to be explained as evoked by some abuses of the two arts, which must have come into prevalence about the time of the composition of the Anugita. A similar protest is found recorded in the Dharmastras of Manu and Apastamba. And Gautama register trademark symbol, we shall consider in the sequel the chronological positions of the Anugita with reference to those Dharmastras. But we have already pointed out that the Gita stands prior to them both register trademark symbol. Look again at the views on caste which are embodied in the Anugita and the Bhagavad-Gita respectively. The reference to the Kshatriya as representing the quality of passion, while the Brahma represents the quality of goodness, seems to place a considerably larger distance between the Brahma and the Kshatriya than is suggested by the Bhagavad-Gita, and thus marks an advance in the direction of the later doctrine on the subject. And in connection *cf Lalita Vistaya, p. 17. *cpp. 325 to 365. CGIT, p. 196. *C Brihadi Anyaka, p. 454, and Kaushitaki, p. 68. Register trademark symbol C. Bulas Apastamba I, 1, 311, Gautama 2, 13, and Manu 2, 178. 6p at Sikh. TP, 329. Introduction. 209. With this, perhaps, the discrepancy between the reading of the Bhagavad-Gita at p. 85 and that of the Anugita at p. 255 is not entirely without significance, though much weight would not be due to it, if it stood alone. The expression devoted royal sages which we find in the one work makes way for well-read Kshatriyas who are intent on their own duties in the other. Again, although the passage at p. 353 is undoubtedly susceptible of a different interpretation, it seems to me that the word twice-born there employed was meant to be interpreted as meaning the Brahmavasas, and not the three twice-born castes, and if this interpretation is correct, we have here the very proposition upon the absence of which in the Bhagavad-Gita we have already made some observations. That twice born in the passage in question means Brahmava only, is, of course, not a proved fact. But having regard to the passages noted above and to the passage at p. 320, where reference is made to disparagement of Brahmaksas, it is not twice born there, and in the same clause with disparagement of gods and Vedas, it seems to me that the interpretation we have suggested must be taken to be the true one. And it is to be further noted, that this conclusion is corroborated by a comparison of the passage now under consideration with a passage occurring in the Santi Pavan. In the Ragodharma section of it, where we read that the cow is the first among quadrupeds, gold among metals, a mantra among words, and the Br and Emma is the first among bipeds. The cow and gold occur in the passage. In the Anugita also, very near the clause we are now discussing. And it is allowable to argue, that reading the two together, twice born in the Anugita must be interpreted to be synonymous with Brahmesa in the Ruga Dharma. And the same conclusion is, to my mind, confirmed indirectly by comparing the clause the twice born among men of the Anugita with the ruler of men among men of that Bhagavad-Gita, the teaching of which the former work professes to recapitulate. 2 Pag Supra, * C note LP 353 plus 8, p. 210 Anugita. A similar inference seems to be derivable from a comparison of the specific doctrines as to the duties of Brahmavas which are enunciated in the Gita and the Anugita. In the latter work, the famous 6 duties are expressly mentioned. We have already argued in our introduction to the Gita, that a comparison of the teaching of that work upon this point with the teaching of Apastamba and Manu shows the former to have been older than the latter. The 6 duties mentioned in the Anugita are those also mentioned by Manu and Apastamba. It follows, therefore, that the Gita is prior to the Anugita also. Whether the Anugita is prior or subsequent to Manu and Apastamba, is a question which will have to be discussed in the sequel. The net result of the whole of this comparison appears to me to clearly show the Anugita to be a work of considerably more recent date than the Bhagavad-Gita. What interval of time lay between the two, is a most interesting, but also a most difficult, question. The differences we have noted appear to me to indicate a pretty wide interval. If I am right in regarding the Gita as a work of what may be called, for practical purposes, the age of the older Upanishads, I am inclined to think that the interval between the Gita and the Anugita must have been one of larger extent than even 3 or 4 centuries. For as we have already pointed out, the description of the various ethoses mentioned in the Anugita as Purtana, ancient, points to at least 3 or 4 centuries having elapsed between the close of the Upanishad period and the composition of the Anugita. It is obvious, however, that this result is not one with which we can rest satisfied. Even if it were more precise and accurate, it would only fix the age of the Anugita with reference to the age of another work itself of unknown and unascertained date. We must therefore endeavor to compare the Anugita with some other work, the date of which is better known. For this purpose, it seems to be not of any great use to refer to the Sankhya and Yoga Sutras, although it is not improbable that some materials might be forthcoming for a full comparison between them and the Anugita. Neither the Sankhya nor the Yoga Sutras can. Introduction 211. Be said to have their ages fixed with even any approach to accuracy. And in the case of the Sankhya Sutras, there is the further difficulty presented by the circumstance that there is room for very serious doubts as to whether the current sutras are really of the authorship of Kapila, or whoever else was the original founder of the system. With regard to the yoga, 1 or 2 observations from a different point of view may not, however, be entirely out of place. At p. 248 the Yoga Sastra is referred to eo nomini. What Sastra is here alluded to Is it Pataphygalis, or some other sastra dealing with similar topics? Or, again, is it an entirely different matter that is alluded to, and are we not to see in the expression in question an allusion to any system formally propounded? I own, as stated in the note on the passage, that my mind inclines to the last view. There is not very much to say on Sitha's side of the question, as far as I'm able to understand it. But the view I incline to appears to have one small circumstance in its favor. At p. 249 we have an allusion to persons who understand the yoga, and to a certain illustration propounded by them. Now who are these persons? My limited knowledge of yoga literature has not enabled me to trace the illustration anywhere else than in the Upanishad, and in the Sanatsugatiya. It seems to me very unlikely that the illustration can have been put forward in any work older than the Upanishad. And we may, I think, assume it as most probable that the Sanatsugatiya borrowed it from that work. If so, it is not likely that the Anugita can have referred to any other master of the yoga than the author of the Upanishad. And then it would seem to follow that the Anugita must have been composed at a time when, although the Upanishads were looked on with reverence and as works of authority, they were not yet regarded as part and parcel of the Vedic revelation. It is impossible not to perceive that the train of reasoning here is at every stage hedged round with difficulties and doubts, and the inference therefore to which we are led by it must be accepted with proportionate seems to be also the implication of the passage at p. 309, where the rules for final quiancipation are alluded to. Pr. 212 Anugita. Caution. But if the reasoning is correct, it seems to be certain that the Anugita belongs to some period prior to the second, and probable that it belongs to some period prior to the 3rd century, before Christ. For in the 2nd century before Christ was composed the Mahabhashya of Pataphygali, in which Rahasyas, which is another name for Upanishads, are mentioned as forming part of the Vedic literature. And in Apastamba's Dharmasutras, which are older than Pataphygali, Upanishads are mentioned in the same way. I am aware that it may be said that because Upanishads as a class of works are mentioned by Pataphygali and Apastamba, it does not follow that any particular Upanishad, such as the Ka//A, for instance, also existed at that time. This is quite true. But without going now into the general question, it is sufficient to point out that our argument here is concerned merely with the recognition of the Upanishads as a class of works forming part of the Vedic canon. Such recognition must have come later than the period at which the Anugita could speak of a passage in the Kaska Upanishad as the utterance of Yogavids, or persons who understood the yoga. Turning now to the materials available for ascertaining the relative chronological positions of the Anugita and the rise of Buddhism, we have again to complain of their unsatisfactory character. We will briefly note the 2 or 3 circumstances which appear to have a bearing upon this question. In the first place, we have the word near Vava used in one passage of the Anugita in the sense of the highest tranquility, and there the simile of the extinction of the fire is expressly adduced. On this it may be argued, that if the term Nirvana had become the well understood property of Buddhism, such a use of it as we find here would probably not have occurred. Again, we have the injunction that an ascetic must dwell in a town only for 1 day and no more, while he may stay at one place during the rains. This is very similar to an injunction prescribed by the Buddhistic teachers also. But plus they are also referred to in the Buddhistic Lalita Vistara, p. 65. Introduction 213. This fact furnishes, I think, no safe ground for a chronological inference, more especially because, as pointed out by Dr. Buhler, the Buddhistic injunction is itself only borrowed from the Brahmaical rules on the subject. It is impossible, therefore, to say that the Anugita borrowed its doctrine from Buddhism. It is, of course, equally impossible, on the other hand, to say that Buddhism borrowed its rule from the Anugita. And, therefore, we can build no safe inference upon this fact either. We have next the very remarkable passage at chapter XXV, where various contradictory and mutually exclusive views of piety are stated, or rather passingly and briefly indicated, a passage which one most devoutly wishes had been clearer than it is. In that passage I can find no reference to Buddhism. True it is that Nalakasva's commentary refers some of the doctrines there stated to Buddhistic schools *. But that commentary, unsatisfactory enough in other places, is particularly unsatisfactory here. And its critical accuracy may be judged from its reference to Saugatas and Yoga Kiras apparently as two distinct schools, whereas in truth the Saugatas are Buddhists, and Yogateras one of the 4 principal Buddhist sects. And it must be further remembered, that the interpretations of Nalakas sent Ka, upon which his specifications of the different schools are based, are by no means such as necessarily claim acceptance. If, then we do not find any reference to Buddhism in this passage, that fact becomes certainly a remarkable one. Still, on the other hand, I am not prepared to apply the negative argument here, and to say that inasmuch as Buddhism is not referred to where so many different opinions are referred to, Buddhism cannot have come into existence at the date of the Anugita. It seems to me that the argument will here be a very hazardous one. Because if the author of the Anugita 4 was, as we may assume, he was an orthodox Hindu, he might well have declined, although not unacquainted with Buddhism, to put into the mouths of the 7 sages even as a possible view, that 1 C. Gautama, pp.lv and 1 G1. * see also the Glow S on Chap XXV, St. 14. 214 Anugita, which was the view of a school esteemed heretical by the author and his co-religionists. This passage, therefore, also fails to furnish any tangible ground for a chronological inference, at all events in the present state of our knowledge. Lastly, we come to the allusion to those who indulge in constant talk in disparagement of Vedas and Brahmanas, the two being thus bracketed together in the original. That seems, at the first blush, to be a somewhat more distinct allusion to Buddhism than any of those we have noted above. But even that is not unambiguous. If stanzas quoted by Ma. Darvazaroya, in his Sarve Darsana Sangraha in its first section, are the composition of the original founder of the Advaita school, or even if they correctly represent the Kaliist opinions of that school, it is at least quite as likely that the Karvakas were the target for the denunciations of the Anugita in the passage in question as that the Buddhists were so. To me, indict, it appears to be more likely. For Buddha's opinion with regard to the Vedas is that they are inadequate with regard to the Brahmasas, that they are in no sense the chosen of God as they claim to be. The opinion of the Kayavakas, on the other hand, is a far more aggressive one, so to say. According to Madhva Vakarya, they taught that the Vedas were Sitha simple fatuity or imposture, and that the Brahmasas were impostors. It seems to me much more likely that this, which I have called a comparatively aggressive attitude, was the one at which the remarks of the Anugita were leveled. And more especially does this appear to be correct when we remember that the view taught by Gautama Buddha regarding the Vedas and the Brahmasas was propounded by him only in its strongest form, and that even before his time, the doctrine of the inadequacy of the Vedas for the purpose of securing the summum bonum of humanity had been taught by other teachers. It is further to be recollected that we have evidence showing that other thinkers also than Buddha, or Vajaspati, had in Kali days attacked the authority of the Vedas. Kausa is the name of one who was probably the most distinguished among them. It is certainly possible that his followers. Introduction 215 were the people branded as of the dark quality by the Anugita in the passage in question. We have, therefore, at least two different recognized bodies of thinkers, and one individual thinker, to whom the words under discussion may apply, and it is plainly unsafe, under these circumstances, to draw any chronological inference based on the hypothesis of one particular body out of those three being the one intended by the author. Before closing this part of the investigation, it may be interesting to note that the phrase turning the wheel, a phrase now so familiar to us as one of the household words of Buddhism, is used in the Anugita with respect to King Ganaka. I do not think, however, that either alone, or even coupled with the word nirvasa, that phrase can be made the basis of any legitimate deduction in favor of the priority of the Anugita to Buddhism. At the outside, the only deduction admissible, if any deduction were admissible, would be that the Anugita was composed prior to the recognition of Navivsa and Cakrapravatni as specially Buddhistic words. But priority to such recognition is not, I apprehend, necessarily synonymous with priority to the rise of Buddhism. The net result of this part of the investigation appears to be that we have pretty strong grounds for holding the Anugita to belong to a period very considerably removed from the period of the Upanishads and the Bhagavad-Gita, but that we have no tangible grounds on which to base any deduction regarding its priority or otherwise to the Sankhya and Yoga systems of philosophy, or to the great movement of Gautama Buddha. There is only one other point, which we can establish in a not entirely unsatisfactory way, and which enables us to draw closer the limits within which the Anugita must have been composed. That point is the Position of the Anugita with reference to Apastambas. Dharmasitra. I need not say again, that I accept here the proposition about the age of Apastamba which has been laid down by Dr. Buller, as a sufficiently satisfactory work in hypothesis. And accepting that proposition, I venture to suggest the 4th century. C as a not unlikely date for the Anugita. It appears to me that a comparison of 216 Anugita, the Anugite and the rules of Apastamba upon one important point which they both deal with shows the priority of the former work. I allude to the rules and regulations touching the 4 asramas or orders contained in the Anugita and in the Dharmasitra of Apastamba. One circumstance strikes us at once on comparing the two works on this point. Apastamba goes into a very great deal of minute details more than the Anugita, although the latter work does not deal with the topic in any very summary mode. Taking all the differences between the two works together, and the fact that the Anugita sets about the discussion of the topic in a manner which seems intended to be, not, indeed, absolutely exhaustive, but still, very full, I am very strongly inclined to attribute the differences to an actual development and progress of doctrine. I will endeavor to illustrate this view by means of a few detailed instances, and let us first take the order of householders, to which the Anugita gives precedence over the others. One of the injunctions laid down by the Anugita is that the householder should always be devoted to his wife. Against this simple precept, we have a very minute series of rules prescribed by Apastamba, which it is not necessary to refer to specifically, but which may be seen in several of the citras contained in the first kavda of the first par/ala of the second prasna. Compare again the excessive minute-ness of the rules regarding the bali offering or the reception of guests, as given by Apastamba, with the simple statement of the Anugit that the 5 great sacrifices should be performed. There again, I think, we are to see in this difference of treatment the result of a pretty long course of ceremonial progress. Proceeding to the rules regarding the Brahma Arin or student, an analogous phenomenon meets us there. Taking first the subject of food, we have a considerable number of detailed injunctions in Apastamba, compared with the simple rule of the Anugit, that the student should, with the leave of his preceptor, cat his food without decrying it. Again with regard to alms, whereas the Anugita simply compare pp. 358, 360 infra with Apastamna, pp. 9d Euro 103 so, TL4. Seek. Introduction. 217. Says that the student should take his food out of the alms received by him. Apastamba has an elaborate catena of rules as to how the alms are to be collected, and from whom, and so forth. Take again the provisions in the two works regarding the description of the cloth, staff, and girdle of the student. Apastamba refers to various opinions on this subject, of which there is not even a trace in the Anugita. It appears that even before Apastamba's time, distinctions had been laid down as to the description of girdle, staff and cloth to be used by the different castes, distinctions of which there is no hint in the Anugita, where all students, of what ever caste, are spoken of under the generic name. These distinctions appear to me to point very strongly to that ceremonial and doctrinal progress of which we have spoken above. The tendency is visible in them to sever the Brahmanas from the other castes, by external marks. And that tendency, it seems to me, must have set in, as the merits which had given the Brahmasa caste its original position at the head of Hindu society were ceasing to be a living reality. And that caste was entrenching itself, so to say, mortgachinned. The worth and work of the early founders of its greatness, than the worth and work of their degenerating representatives. These comparisons, taken together, appear to me to warrant the proposition we have already laid down with regard to the priority of the Anugite to Apastamba. If we have not referred to the rules relating to the two other orders of forester and ascetic, it is because the scope for a comparison of those is very limited. Those rules alone would scarcely authorize the inference drawn above, but I can perceive nothing in them to countervail the effect of the comparisons already made. And it must be remembered that the rules as to foresters and ascetics would be less apt to undergo change than those as to students and householders. It appears to me that the view we have now expressed may be also supported by a comparison of the doctrines of the Anugit and Apastamba touching the duties of Brahmavas. According to Apastamba, the occupations lawful 3 cell also Bulas Gautama, p. 175. 218 Anugita. 2 Brahmavas are the famous 6 referred to in our introduction to the Bhagwadgita, and 2 others superadded, namely, inheritance and gleaning corn in the fields. These last are not mentioned in the Anugit, or in Manu either, and are, even according to Apastamba, common to Brahmanas with Kshatriyas and Vaishyas. But as regards the 6 above referred to, it is worthy of note that the Anugita apparently groups them into 2 distinct sets of 3. The first SCT of 3 consists of those which, in our introduction to the Bhagavad-Gita, we have characterized as constituting rather the rights than the duties of Brahmavas, and which the Anugit describes as means of livelihood for Brahmasas. The other set of 3 consists of real duties, and these the Anugita speaks of as pious duties. This grouping appears to me to furnish powerful corroboration of the view put forward in our introduction to the Bhagavad-Gita. It would seem that the possession of the moral and spiritual merits which, according to the Gita, constituted the duty of Brahmanas, in the simple and archaic society there disclosed, was developed, in a more advanced and artificial state of society, into the performance of the pious duties of the Anugita and the duties which are the means of livelihood. Then, in the further social evolution, in the course of which the old spiritual view began to be forgotten, and the actual facts of the past began to be transmuted into the dogmatic rules of the future, the occupations of receiving presents, imparting instruction, and officiating at sacrifices, became the special occupations of the Brahmanas, and the distinction between these occupations from their higher duties was thrown into the background, and accordingly we find no allusion to any such distinction in Apastamba or Manu, or, as far as I know, in any other later embodiment of the current ideas on the Subject. If all this has been correctly argued, the conclusion derivable from it is in entire accord with that which we have already drawn, namely, that the Bhagwadgita, the Anugita, and the Dharmastitra of Apastamba belong to different in Gautama x. 1-3, the pious duties me called obligatory, the others additional for Brahmanas. SCE the note on the passage in Uala's edition. And cf. Gautama 8, 9, 10. Introduction. 219. Stages of ancient Indian history, and that the stage to which the Jata belongs is the earliest, and that to which Apastamba belongs, the latest of such stages. Tam unable to find anything else in the way of internal evidence bearing upon the date of the Anugita. It appears to me that the date to which the investigation we have now gone through leads us, is one which, in the present state of our information, may be fairly accepted as a provisional hypothesis. It does not appear to me to conflict with any ascertained dates, while it is pointed to as probable by the various lines of testimony which we have here considered. We now proceed to discuss one or two other points which may have a bearing upon this topic, but which at present cannot yield us any positive guidance in our search for the date of the Anugita. And first among these, let us consider the various names of deities that occur in different parts of the work. We have, then, Vishvu, Samhu, Jishru, Sama, Aditya, Surya, Mitra, Agni, Kandra, Rudra, Siva, Varuza, Pragpati, Magavat, Purandra, Indra, Brahman, Satakratu, Dharma, Nadyava, Vayu, Yama, Vashcenta 7, Hari, Svera, and lastly Uma under three different names, namely, Uma, Mahesvarai, and Parvati. Now, caving aside for the moment the three names of Uma, which appear from the passage where they are used to be all three the names of the same goddess, there is no doubt that in the list above sct out, some of the names are merely used in different passages, but still to indicate the same being. Thus, Indra, Satakratu, Purandra, and Magavat are really the names of one and the same deity. But when Sama is mentioned as the deity presiding over the tongue, and Andramas as the deity presiding over the mind, it becomes doubtful whether the two names do really indicate the same deity, albeit in later Sanskrit. Sama and Andramas both signify the moon. Similarly, when Arka is said to be the deity presiding over the Sai, and Mitra over another organ, it seems open to question whether Arka and Mitra both signify the sun there, as they undoubtedly do in classical Sanskrit. True it is, that even in such a recent work as the Sarkhayasdra, this mention 220 Anugita of Arka and Mitra as presiding deities of two several organs does occur. But it is plain, that circumstance can have no bearing on the inquiry before us, for the Sankhya is avowedly a compilation based on older authorities, and in the particular part under consideration, really reproduces a passage from some older work. It can not, therefore, be argued that because Arka and Mitra were identified with one another at the time of the Sankhya, and yet are mentioned as deities of two separate organs, therefore, they must have also been regarded as one in the older original work where they are also mentioned as deities of two separate organs. And it may, perhaps, be remarked here in passing, that the Vedanta Paribhasha has Mritayu instead of Mitra, which would get rid of the difficulty here altogether, while as regards Sama and Zandra, Mars, the passage in the Sankhya Sara reads Praketas instead of Sama, which would get rid of the other difficulty above pointed out. Whether these discrepancies are owing to any tampering with the lists of organs and deities, at a time when the later identifications between different deities took place, or whether they are to be explained on some other theory, it is impossible at present to say. And, therefore, it is also unnecessary to pursue the inquiry here any further. It must suffice for the present to have drawn attention to the matter. Akin to this point, though quite distinct from it, is one which arises on a passage where the emancipated being is identified with Vishnu, Mitra, Agni, Varusa, and Pragdi Pati. Now it is reasonable to suppose that the deities thus specified here must have been among those held in highest repute at the time, the whole significance of the passage where they are mentioned requiring that should be so. But in our Panthcon as disclosed by our later litera, Mitra and Agni and Varusa occupy but a very sub-ordinate position, even in Kalidasa *, the subordination of these deitics to our celebrated Trinity seems to be quite *CP 345. 2c inter alia, Kuma 2, 20 seek, and 7, 44 seek, and of our Bhattrihari. Bombay Sanskrit Classics, Introd p. 19. Introduction. 221. Fully established. But, on the other hand, in the Vedic theogony, they are among the most prominent deities. In the Taittiriya Upanishad, we have in the very first sentence Mitra, Varusa, Vishnu, and Brahman, who may be identified with Pragpati, all mentioned together, and their blessings invoked. This does not help in fixing a date for the Anugita, but it lends some support to the conclusion already arrived at on that point, by showing that the theogony of the Anugita is not yet very far removed from the theogony of the Vedic times, while it is separated by a considerable interval from the theogony disclosed in the works of even such an early writer of the classical period as Kalidasa. Another point of similar bearing on our present investigation is the mode in which the story of Parasurama is dealt with in the Anugita. There is in the first place no allusion to his being an incarnation of Vishnu, nor to the encounter between him and his namesake, the son of Dasaratha and the hero of the Ramayana. We have, on the contrary, an explicit statement that after the advice of the Pitvis he entirely abandons the slaughter of the Kshatriyas, and resorting to penance thereby achieves final emancipation. We have also here argued that the theory of Parasurfima being an incarnation of Vishnu must have probably originated prior to the time of Bhartari, but later than the time of Kalidasa. The allusion to Parasurama in the work before us does not, however, enable us to judge of its chronological position with reference to Kalidasa. But the last point discussed renders it unnecessary to consider this question further. It may be noted, by the way, that the Anugita represents Parasurama, although living in the asrama or hermitage of his father, who was a rishi, as mounting a chariot for the purpose of sweeping away the kinsman of Kfurtavriya. Whence he obtained a Chasio in a hermitage, the Anugit 4 does not explain. In connection with the episode of Parasurama, may be noted the list which occurs in the course of it, of the 1c was the Ramayana copied from Toma, pp. 56, 57. 222 Anugita. Degraded Kshatriya tribes, of Dravidas, Sabaras, and c. I am unable to see that those names can give us any further help in our present investigation than in so far as they show that, at the time of the Anugita, there must have been some information about the south of India available. In the districts where the author of the Anugit lived, some of the tribes mentioned appear to have been located far in the south of the Indian peninsula. But this is a point on which we shall have to say something more in discussing the next item of internal evidence to which we shall refer. Here it is enough to point out that some of the tribes mentioned in the Anugit are also referred to in no less a work than the Aitarya Brahmava. We come next to the enumeration of the principal mountains which is contained in one passage of the Anugita. Those mountains are the Himalaya, the Viparatra, the Saoya, the Vintoye, the Triked/Avat, the Sveta, the Nila, the Basa, the Kosh/Avat, the Mahendra, the Mulya Vat, and perhaps the Guru Skanda. I am not sure whether the last name is intended to be taken as a proper name, or only as an epithet of Mahendra. Now compared with the mountains mentioned in the Bhagavad-Gita, this is so tinily a remarkable list. The Gita mentions only Meru and Himalaya, while here we have in the Anugit the Saoya, and Malaya, and Triked/Avat, and Nila, the same. I presume, with the modern Nilgiri, the sanitarium of the Madras Presidency, which take us far to the west and south of the Indian peninsula, and the Mahendra and Mulya Vat, which, coupled with the mention of the river Ganges, cover a considerable part of the Karstan districts. The Pariatra and Vintoye occupy the regions of central India. The Anugit, therefore, seems to belong to that period in the history of India, when pretty nearly the whole Hawkside, p.183 and c. generally on these tribes, Wilson's Vishwapinata, Halls ed., Vol. 1I, pr. 70 Sikh, and Santi Pavan. Moksha, Chap. 207, st. 42. At this is also mentioned in the Anugt 4, but in a different passage. The Nila is said by Professor Wilson to be a mountain in Orissa. But our suggestion has, I find, been already made by Dr. F. E. Tall. Also, see on this, and generally, Wilson's Vishwapurana, Volume U, p. 141. Sikh. Ed. Alal, see also Indian Antiwari, 6, 133 Sikh. Introduction. 223. If not absolutely the whole of the Indian continent was known to the Sanskrit-speaking population of the country, when was this knowledge reached? It is difficult to fix the precise period, and even if it could be fixed, it would not help us to fix satisfactorily any point of time to which the Anugita could be attributed. But it may be pointed out here, that in Patar Figal's Mahabhashya we have evidence of such knowledge having been possessed by the Aryas in the 2nd century BC. In truth, the evidence available in the Mahabhashya is even fuller than this in the Anugita. For Pattathigali tells us of a town or city in the south, named Kafhashipurat. He speaks of the dominions of the Pandya kings, and of the Kola and Kerala districts. He refers also to the large tanks of the south, and he makes allusions to linguistic usages current in the southern and other provinces. Before Pattathigal's time there had taken place Mahendra's invasion of Ceylon, and the invading army must have penetrated through the southern provinces. And there had been also put up the great inscriptions of Asoka, which have attracted so much interest, and are proving such prolific sources of information in various departments of knowledge. One of these inscriptions was at Gafigam, which is not very far from the Mahendra mountain alluded to in the Anugita. All these facts support the conclusion drawn by General Cunningham from the correctness of the information given to Alexander the Great by the Hindus of his time, namely, that the Indians, even at that early date in their history, had a very accurate knowledge of the form and extent of their native land register trademark symbol. And not only do they support that conclusion, they show that the knowledge covered other facts regarding Bandaya said, 74 p. 1v. 2, 2. Asterisk 2 go, vit. 4. See also p. 65. Asterisk C. Mahibhashya, p. $2, 1, 15, 16 p. 1, 1, 2, and f. Muir, Sanskrit Texts. Volviii, pp. 152, 358. Asterisk C. Cunningham's Corpus Transcriptionum, t. p. 1. Register trademark symbol. See Ancient Geography of India, p. 3. And compare also the information collected in the Pern Plus of the Murathi.1 c. Translated Hy Mr. Miranil. pp. 112-136, where a large number of ports is mentioned as existing on the Indian coasts. The Pura Plus seems to date from about Goan, see Ibid p. 5. 224 Anugita. Their native land than its form and extent. It follows consequently that this enumeration of mountains does not require the date of the Anugite to be brought down to a later period than the 4th century BC, and leaves it open to us, therefore, to accept whatever conclusion the other evidence available may seem to justify. On the other hand, it is plain also, that it affords no positive information as to when the Anugite was composed, and therefore we need not dwell any further upon the point. On the present occasion, there are a few other points which arise upon the contents of the Anugita, but which are not, in the present condition of our knowledge, capable of affording any certain guidance in our present investigation. Thus we have the story of Dharma appearing before King Ganeka disguised as a Brahmasa. I am not aware of any cask of such disguises occurring in any of the Upanishads, although there are numerous parallel instances throughout the Puranic literature. It is, however, difficult to draw any definite chronological inference from this fact. There is further the reference to the attack of Rahu on the sun. It is difficult, in the present state of our knowledge, to say for certain, when the theory of eclipses there implied was prevalent. In the Khandogya Upanishad, We have the emancipated self compared to the moon escaped from the mouth of Rayu. And a text of the Rig Veda, quoted by Mr. Yagvara Sistrin in his Arya Vedad Sudakara register trademark symbol, speaks of the demon Rayu attacking the sun with darkness. Here again we have another matter of some interest, but I cannot say that any safe deduction can be derived from it, without a more ample knowledge of other relevant matters than is at present accessible. Take again the references to certain practices which look very much like the practices of the gainers of the present day. Is the Anugita, then, Kalika or later than the rise of the gainer system? It is not safe, I think, to found an answer to this question upon the very narrow basis afforded by the 1 and c. 2, Kalidasa Kumra v. St. 84. 7 BDPP, OAA. Asterisk P26. In Kardasas Raghuvamsa the true explanation of eclipse. 18. Alluded to, see Canto 14, 40. Introduction. 225. Passage referred to. But it may be observed, that the precepts laid down in the passage in question are laid down as precepts for orthodox Hindus, and not as the doctrines of a heretical sect. They are also very general, and not so minute as those which the gainers of the present day observe as binding upon them. If, therefore, any conclusion is to be drawn from these precepts, it must be that the Anugita must have been composed prior to the rise of Jainism, and that Jainism must have appropriated and developed this doctrine which it obtained from the current Brahmanism. If this is so, the Anugita must be a very ancient work. Indict. It is not, however, necessary to further work out this line of argument, having regard to the opinions recently expressed by Mr. Thomas, rehabilitating the views enunciated long ago by Colebrook and others. If those views are correct, and if Jainism was a dominant system in this country prior even to the time of Gautama Buddha, and if, further, we are right in the suggestion, for it is no more, it must be remembered, that the Anugita dates from a period prior to the rise of Jainism, then it would seem to follow that the Anugita belongs to some period prior to the 6th century. 1. Cent. Ale. This, however, is at present very hypothetical, and we draw attention to it only that the question may be hereafter considered when fuller materials for adjudicating upon it become accessible. Meanwhile, having regard to the views above alluded to as so elaborately put forward by Mr. Thomas, it is possible for us still to hold that, in the present state of our knowledge, the 3rd or 4th century BC is not too early a date to assign to the Anugita, for, even on the assumption that the precepts contained in that work regarding the care to be taken of worms and insects were borrowed by it from the gainer system. With this negative result, we must for the present rest contented. One other fact of similar nature to those we have now. One as the Buddhists did in sundry instances, cf. Inter alia Bulla's Gautama. pp.lv and ig 1, and compare also was the Ramayana copied from Homer, py. 48, 44. 2. See Mr. Thomas's very elaborate discussion of the whole subject in the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, New Series, Volume 9, p. 155 seek. 8, q. 226. Anugita. Dealt with may, perhaps, be also noticed here. We allude to the stanzas which we find in the Anugita and also in the Santi Parvan of the Mahabharata and in the Manyasamriti. There is also one which the Anugita has in common with the Parisishvara of Yaskar's Nirukta 4. It is not possible, I conceive, to say finally whether one of these works borrowed these stanzas from the other of them, while, on the other hand, it is quite possible, as already argued by us in the introduction to the GIT, that all these works were only reproducing from some entirely different work, or that the stanzas in question were the common property of the thinkers of the time. We have no means available for deciding between these conflicting hypotheses. We have thus noticed all the salient points in the evidence, external and internal, which is available for determining the position of the Anugita in our ancient literature. Nobody who has seen even a little of the history of that literature will be surprised at the quantity or quality of that evidence, or the nature of the conclusions legitimately yielded by it. We have endeavored to express those conclusions in Jan. Guage which should not indicate any greater certainty as attaching to them than can fairly be claimed for them. The net result appears to be this. The Anugita may be taken with historical certainty to have been some centuries old in the time of the great Sankaracharya. It was very probably older than the Dharmasutras of Apastamba, but by what period of time we are not in a position at present to define. It was, perhaps, older also than the rise of Buddhism and Jainism, and of the Yoga philosophy, but on this it is impossible to say anything with any approach to confidence. It is, on the other hand, almost certain that it belongs to a period very considerably removed from the older Upanishads, probably removed by a distance of some centuries, during which stories not contained in the Upanishads had not only obtained currency, but also come to be regarded as belonging to antiquity register trademark symbol. And yet the period to *cf. Anugita I, 36 with Vaska, E.D. Roth, p. 190. To some of the Puratana Itihasas e.g. that of Narada and Devamata, are not traceable in any Vedic work known to us. Devanata's name I do not find referred to anywhere else. Introduction, 227. Which the work belongs was one in which the Upanishads were only reverenced as the authoritative opinions of eminent men, not as the words of God himself. In this respect, it may be said that the Anugita seems rather to belong to an earlier stratum of thought than even the Sanatsugatiya, in which Aganakavda, as forming a part of the Vedic canon, seems to be recognized. But it is abundantly clear that the Anugita stands at a very considerable chronological distance from the Bhagavad-Gita. Such are the results of our investigation. We have not thought it necessary to discuss the verse or the language of the work, but it must in fairness be pointed out, that upon the whole, the verse and language are both pretty near the classical model. There are, it is true, a few instances of the metrical anomalies we have noticed elsewhere, but having regard to the extent of the work, those instances are far from being very numerous. The language and style, too, are not quite smooth and polished, though, judging from them alone, I should rather be inclined to place the Sanatsugatiya prior to the Anugita. But that suggests a question which we cannot now stop to discuss. One word, in conclusion, about the translation. The text used has been chiefly that adopted in the commentary of Arjuna Misra, a commentary which on the whole I prefer very much to that of Nilekawaka, which has been printed in the Bombay edition of the Mahabharata. Arjuna Misra, as a tool, affords some explanation where explanation is wanted, and does not endeavor to suit his text to any foregone conclusion. His comments have been of the greatest possible help to me, and my only regret is that the only copy of his commentary which was available to me, and the use of which I owe to the kindness of my friend Professor Bhandaka, was not as correct a one as could be desired. I have also looked into the Vishamasloki, a short work containing notes on difficult passages of the Mahabharata. 1 CP, a 1x Supra. 2 CP 146 Supia. The Buddhists seem to have borrowed the division of Karma and Janak Fudas. CDR, Rajendralala Mitras Lalata Vistara, Transa. P.R. The division, therefore, was probably older than the 1st century 3, Cent. Q2. 228 Anugita. The MS of it belonging to the government collection of MSS. Deposited in Deccan College was lent me also by Professor Bhagwadgita. The principles adopted in the translation and notes have been the same as those followed in the other pieces contained in this volume. P.S. I take this opportunity of stating that it is not at all certain that Arjuna Misra is the name of the author of the commentary which I have used. I find that in supposing Arjuna Misra to be the author, I confounded that commentary, which does not mention its author's name, with the commentary on another section of the Mahabharata which does give its author's name as Arjuna Misra, and which is also among the MSS purchased by Professor Bhandaka for the government of Bombay. See with regard to these MSS, Professor Bhagwadgita's recently published report on the search for Sanskrit MSS of the 7th of July, 1880. Anugita. Quapta I. Ganamegaya. Said. What conversation, O twice-born one, took place between the high-souled Kesava and Arjuna, while they dwelt in that palace after slaying their enemies. Vaisambhayana said. The son of Putta, after becoming possessed of his kingdom, in an undisturbed state, enjoyed himself in the company of Krisha, full of delight in that heavenly palace. And once, O king, they happened to go, surrounded by their people, and rejoicing, to a certain portion of the palace which resembled heaven. Then Arjuna, the son of Panna, having surveyed with delight that lovely palace, in the company of Katishwa, spoke these words, O you of mighty arms! O you whose mother is Devaki *. When the battle was about to commence, I became aware of your greatness, and that divine tilde. 1 This is the prince to whom the Mahabharata, as we have it, purports to have been related. *I.ce. Vaisambhayana, who relates the Mahabharata to Gana Megaya. 5 This appears to have been situated at Indraprastha, and to have been the one built for the Devas by the demon Maya, as related in the Sabha Pavan. 4 This is a rather unusual form of address. 230 Anyaya. form of yours. But that, O Kesava, which, through affection, for me, you explained before, has all appeared, O tiger-like man, from my degenerate mind. Again and again, however, I feel a curiosity about those topics. But, now, O Madhava, you will be going at no distant date to Dvaraka. Vasampayana said. Thus addressed, that best of speakers, Katsha, possessed of great glory, replied in these words after embracing Arjuna. Vasudeva said, from me, O son of Putta, you heard a mystery, and learnt about the eternal principle, about piety in its true form, and about all the everlasting worlds. It is excessively disagreeable to me, that you should not have grasped it through want of intelligence, and the recollection of it, now again, is not possible to me. Really, O son of Pakstu, you are devoid of faith and of a bad intellect. And, O Dhanafigaya, it is not possible for me to repeat in full what I said before, for that doctrine was perfectly adequate for understanding the seat of the Brahman. It is not possible for me to state it again in full in that way, for then accompanied by my mystic power register trademark symbol, I declared to you the supreme Brahman. But I shall relate an ancient story upon compare Bhagwadgita and chapters X and 11 Passim. Lo. In the Bhagwadgita. This may also be taken with piety thus, and learnt about the eternal piety in its true form. As to the plural, see Sankara on Mundaka. p. 320. 5 Compare Gita, 78p. For understanding here we might, perhaps, substitute attaining. The original word means both understanding and attaining. Compare Jit, p. 82. Chapter I, 21. 231. That subject, so that adhering to this knowledge, you may attain the highest goal. O best of the porters of piety, listen to all that I say. Once, O restrainer of foes, there came from the heavenly world and the world of Brahman, a Brahmesa, difficult to withstand, and he was duly honored by us. Now, listen, without entertaining any misgivings, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, O son of Gvista, to what he said on being interrogated by us according to heavenly rules. The Brahmesa said, O Krishva, O destroyer of Madhu, I will explain to you accurately what you, out of compassion for all beings have asked me touching the duties to be performed for final emancipation. It is destructive of delusion, O Lord. Listen to me with attention as I relate it, O Madhava. A certain Brahmesa named Kasyapa, who had performed much penance, and who best understood piety, approached a certain twice-born person, who had learned the scriptures relating to all duties register trademark symbol, having heard of him as one who had over and over again gone through all knowledge and experience about coming and going, who was well versed in the true nature of all worlds and one. This seems to mean not the supreme Brahman, but the Creator. 2. Compare. Sanatsugatiya, p. 161, not to be shaken. 5. I suppose this to mean according to the forms proper in the case of such a being as the one in question. Cf. Gita, p. 62. And note there. Plus this is not easy to understand. Perhaps the allusion is to the doc. Trin at Git 4, pp. 54, 55. 5. Compare. Bhagwadgita, p. 447. 5. Te all prescribed acts of piety. 7. As to knowledge and experience, compare. Gil 4, 57p, and as to coming and going, compare Ibid. p. 84. Register trademark symbol T.at, as stated, for instance, at Jita, p. 79, or Bhagwadgita, p. 613. 232. Anugita. Who knew about happiness and misery, who knew the truth about birth and death *, who was conversant with merit and sin, who perceived the migrations of embodied souls, of high and low degrees, in consequence of their actions, who moved about like an emancipated being, who had reached perfection. Register trademark symbol, who was tranquil, whose senses were restrained, who was illumined with the Brahmic splendor *, who moved about in every direction, who understood concealed movements. Register trademark symbol, who was going in company of invisible siddhas and celestial singers degree, and conversing and sitting together with them in secluded places, who went about as he pleased, and was unattached anywhere, like the wind. Having approached him, that talented ascetic, possessed of concentration of mind, that best of the twice born, wishing to acquire piety, fell at his feet, after seeing that great marvel, and amazed on seeing that marvelous man, the best of the twice born, Kasyapa, pleased the preceptor by his great devotion. That was all appropriate, being joined to sacred learning and correct conduct. And, O terror of your foes, he pleased that, being, by his purity of heart and behavior, suitable towards a preceptor. Register trademark symbol. Then being satisfied and pleased, he spoke to the pupil these words, referring to the compare infra, p. 245. 2 cf. Gita, pp. 48. 103. Compare. Gita, Passim, cf. Sanatsugatiya, p. 162. I.e. moving about so as not to be seen by everybody. Literally, holders of wheels, which are guna. Misra interprets to mean karamas. At Santi Pavan, Moksha. Dharma, CCXLLV, 26. Nalak has the renders Kakradhara by Kakrayatin, or Emperor. Lo. As Kasyapa was possessed of Vedic law, and behaved as he ought to behave in his capacity of pupil, it was natural that the other should be pleased. CP 176 Seek. Supra. Chapter I, 38. 233. Highest perfection. Hear them from me, O Ganardana. The Siddha said, mortals, O dear friend, by their actions which are of mixed character, or which are meritorious and pure, attain to this world as the goal, or to residence in the world of the gods asterisk. Nowhere is there everlasting happiness, nowhere eternal residence asterisk. Over and over again is there a down fall from a high position attained with difficulty, overcome by lust and anger, and deluded by desire. I fell into uncomfortable and harassing states of life, in consequence of my committing sin. Again and again death, and again birth asterisk. I ate numerous kinds of food, sucked at various breasts, saw various mothers and fathers of different sorts, and, O sinless one, I saw strange pleasures and miseries. Frequently, I suffered separation from those I loved, association with those I did not love. Loss of wealth also came on me, after I had acquired that wealth with difficulty, ignominies full of affliction. From princes and likewise from kinsmen, excessively poignant pain, mental and bodily. I also underwent frightful indignities, and fierce deaths and captivities. I had a fall into hell, and torments in the house of Yama register trademark symbol. I also suffered much from old age, continual ailments, and numerous misfortunes flowing from the pairs of opposites. Then on one occasion, being much afflicted with misery, I abandoned the whole one the same word as at Gita, p. 72. To compare Khandogya Upanishad, pp. 356 to 399, and Git, p. 84. Asterisk see Gita, p. 76, and compare Kaya, p. Go. Asterisk fu the whole of this passage, compare Maitatupanishad, p. 8. 5c Manu 6, 61. 8c Guild, p. 48. 234 Anusita. Course of worldly life, through indifference to worldly objects, and taking refuge with the formless principle. Having learnt about this path in this world, I exercised myself in it, and hence, through favor of the self, have I acquired this perfection register trademark symbol. I shall not come here again asterisk. I am surveying the worlds and the happy migrations register trademark symbol of my self from the creation of beings to my attaining perfection. Thus, O best of the twice born, have I obtained this highest perfection. From here I go to the next register trademark symbol, world, and from there again to the still higher world, the imperceptible seat of the Brahman. Have no doubt on that, O terror of your foes. I shall not come back to this mortal world. I am pleased with you, O you of great intelligence. Say, what can I do for you? The time is now come for that which you desired in coming to me. I know for what you have come to me. But I shall be going away in a short time, hence have I given taking refuge, says Nilakaya, in the belief of my being identical with the Brahman, which is to be comprehended by means of the profound contemplation called Asampragvata Samadhi. Tula, says Nilakaya, the mind, and he cites Maitri, p. 179. Compare Kasha, p. 108. The rendering at p. 192 Supra will also suit, through the self becoming placid. This placidity 1s defined at Santi Pavan. Moksha Dharma, Kslai, 11, with which compare Jita, p. 69. C. Jita, p. 51. 5 as above described. Compare. Kondogya, p. 628, see also Ibid. p. 282. Register trademark symbol. He calls them happy because they have ended happily, I presume. Surveying the world's Nalakas /ka takes to be an index of omni. Science. Compare. Sanatsugatiya, p. 174. See also Yogasvitras 3, 2g. And commentary there. *lo. The world of Brahman, or the Satyaloka, and the next step is assimilation into the Brahman. 7 So read all the copies I have seen, though K4 Sayapa is the person addressed. Chapter 2, 5. 235. This hint to you. I am exceedingly pleased, O clever 1. With your good conduct. Put your questions without uneasiness. I will tell you whatever you do. Sire, I highly esteem your intelligence, and greatly respect it, inasmuch as you have made me out. 4. OK for Sayapa. You are a talented man. Quarter 2. Vasudeva said. Then grasping his feet, Sayapa asked questions. Very difficult to explain, and all of them that, being the best of the supporters of piety, did explain. Sayapa said. How does the body perish, and how, too, is it produced? How does one who moves in this harassing course of worldly life become freed? And how does the self, getting rid of nature, abandon the body, produced from it register trademark symbol? And how, being freed from the body, does he attain to the other asterisk? Itlo. Does this man enjoy the good and evil acts done by himself? And where do the acts of one who is released from the body remain? The Brahmana said. Thus addressed, O descendant of Vishwi. That Siddha answered these questions in order. Clear. Me relate what, he said. 1. This was difficult, as the Siddha possessed extraordinary powers, such as that of concealed movement, and c. 2 Sick in MSS. Register trademark symbol Kfias to getting rid of nature, Jita, pp. 75-106. As to the body produced from nature, compare Ibid. PR2 and pp. 317-318 infra. Tro. The Brahman, says Nflakenshire. 236 Anugita. The Siddha said. When those actions, productive of long life and fame 1, which a man performs here, are entirely exhausted, after his assumption of another body, he performs actions of an opposite character, his self being overcome at the exhaustion of life, and his ruin being impending, his understanding goes astray. Not knowing his own constitution register trademark symbol, and strength, and likewise the proper season, the man, not being self-controlled, does unseasonably what is injurious to himself. When he attaches himself to numerous very harassing actions, eats too much, or does not eat at all, when he takes bad food, or meat or drinks, or kinds of food, incompatible with one another, or heavy food in immoderate quantities, or without previously taken food, being properly digested, or takes too much exercise, or is incontinent, or constantly, through attachment to action, checks the regular course, of the excretions register trademark symbol, or takes juicy food, or sleeps by day asterisk, or takes food, not thoroughly prepared, such a man, himself aggravates the dis. Asterisk 1 reading omits famous to which compare. Taittiriya Upanishad. p.129, Khandogya, pp.122-227. As to long life, compare. Avindogya. p. 272, exhausted, 1. Sent by enjoyment of fruit in another world. Asterisk compare. Sariraka Bhashya, p. 783 seek, where we have a slightly different view. Asterisk Arjuna Misra renders the original, sattva, by svabhava. Asterisk compare for all this, Chitta, pp 62,69, 118, which passages, however, are from a slightly different point of view. See also Asandogya, p. 526. Degree of various reading here excludes meat. But compare. Apastamba. I. 1, 2, 23, Gautama 2, 13. So says Nilakan /ha. Lo. Which turns to juice indigestion, much juice being a cause of indigestion, say the commentators. Asterisk this one is doubtful. The sense may be, who takes juicy or not thoroughly prepared food by day and night. But Sias Valfayana. Kthiasvitra, p. 90, Apastamba I, 1, 2, 24, Gautama 2, 13. Chapter 2, 20. 237. Orders, in the body, when the time comes. By aggravating the disorders, in his own body, he contracts a disease which ends in death, or he even engages in unreasonable acts, such as hanging oneself. From these causes, the living register trademark symbol body of that creature then perishes. Learn about that correctly as I am about to state it. Heat being kindled in the body, and being urged by a sharp wind, pervades the whole frame, and, verily, checks the movements of all the life winds. Know this truly, that excessively powerful heat, if kindled in the body, bursts open the vital parts, the seats of the soul register trademark symbol. Then the soul, full of torments, forthwith falls away from the perishable body. Know, O best of the twice-born, that every creature leaves the body, when the vital parts are burst open, itself being overcome with torments. All beings are constantly distracted with birth and death, and, O chief of the twice-born, are seen abandoning their bodies, or entering the womb on the exhaustion of their previous actions register trademark symbol. Again, a man suffers similar torments, having his joints broken and suffering from 1. The time of destruction, says Arjuna Misra, which, say the commentators, leads to death, even without any disease. Register trademark symbol. So I construe the original, having regard to the question, how does the body perish? The other reading, which is in some respects better, is equivalent to the life falls away from the body of that creature. This is different, as the commentators point out, from the ordinary life winds. Register trademark symbol. The original here is giver, not Fortman, which we have rendered self. This refers rather to the vital principle. As to the scats, compare Yikshaval Kyasmsti 93 Seek. Register trademark symbol * I adopt the reading Karmas 4M, which I find in one of the MSS. I consulted. I think it probable that that was the reading before the commentators. The other reading is Marmor 4M. 238 Anugita. Cold, in consequence of water. As the compact association of the 5 elements is broken up, the wind in the body, distributed within the 5 elements, between the upward and downward life winds, being aggravated by cold, and urged by a sharp wind, goes upwards, abandoning the embodied self, in sequence of pain. Thus it register trademark symbol leaves the body, which appears devoid of breath, then devoid of warmth, devoid of breath, devoid of beauty, and with consciousness destroyed. The man, being abandoned by the Brahman sent, is said to be dead. Then he ceases to perceive anything, with those very currents with which the supporter of the body register trademark symbol perceives objects of sense. In the same way, it is the eternal soul which preserves in the body the life winds which are produced from food *. Whatever part of the body is employed in the collection of that, no one having spoken of heat, he now speaks of the effects of cold. I am not sure if the water here refers to the water of the juicy substances before referred to. This means, I presume, within the dissolving body. Compare Meta Upanishad, p. 42. 5 see note 4, last page. Asterisk to the head, Arguna Misra. That is, the wind, I suppose, and then the breath departs from the body, and the man is said to die devoid of beauty. Further on, means, disfigured in the state of death. 6 Je the mind, Arguna Misra. 7 the senses, compare Svetsvatara, p. 288. Asterisk see and compare p. 262 infra. Asterisk this, says Arguna Misra, is in answer to the possible question why this sharp wind does not work with the HFE winds. The answer is, that such working requires the presence of the soul, which Arguna Misra says here means mind. As to scent production from food, compare Khandogya, p. 421 Seek, and Taittiriya Aranyaka, p. 893. Asterisk collection of that equals turning the food into semen, says Arguna Misra, who adds, in those vital parts, which are useful for this tilde pose, the life wind dwells. Chapter 2, 34. 239. That to be a vital part, for thus it is seen, laid down in the scriptures. Those vital parts being wounded, that wind directly comes out therefrom, and entering the bosom of a creature obstructs the heart. Then the possessor of consciousness knows nothing, having his knowledge enveloped by darkness. While the vitals are still enveloped, the soul, for being without a fixed seat, is shaken about by the wind. And then he heaves a very deep and alarming gasp, and makes the unconscious body quiver as he goes out of it. That soul, dropping out of the body, is surrounded on both sides by his own actions 5 / his own pure and meritorious, as also his sinful ones. Brahmasas, possessed of knowledge, whose convictions are correctly formed from sacred learning, know him by his marks as one who has performed meritorious actions or the reverse. As those who have eyes see a glowworm disappear here and there in darkness, so likewise do those who have eyes of knowledge. Such a soul, the siddhas see with a divine eye, departing from the body, or coming to the birth, or entering into a womb. Its 3 descriptions of seats are here learnt from the scriptures. This world is the world of actions register trademark symbol, where 1 Arjuna Misra renders this to mean mind. Asterisk as the mind is obstructed, says Arjuna Misra, the possessor of consciousness equals the self, Arjuna. Register trademark symbol Tet, pain, Arjuna Misra. Asterisk Tet, mind, Arjuna Misra. Register trademark symbol compare. Brihad and Rainyaka, p. 843. Caitarya Upanishad, p. 222, and Sankara's commentary. There. The coming to the birth is the coming out of the womb into the world. Compare also Gita, p. 112. 7 as stated further on, viz. This world, the next world, and the womb. With this compare Kaindogya, p. 359. Asterisk cf. Our Hartrihari, Bombay Series, Notes, Nitizataka, p. 7. 240 Anugita. Creatures dwell. All embodied selves, having here performed good or evil actions, obtain the fruit. It is here they obtain higher or lower enjoyments by their own actions. And it is those whose actions here are evil, who by their actions go to hell. Harassing is that lower place where men are tormented. Freedom from it is very difficult, and the self should be specially protected from it. Learn from me now the seats in which creatures going up dwell, and which I shall describe truly. Hearing this, you will learn the highest knowledge, and decision regarding action register trademark symbol all, the worlds in the forms of stars, and this lunar sphere asterisk, and also this solar sphere which shines in the world by its own luster, know these to be the seats of men who perform meritorious actions. All these, verily, fall down again and again in consequence of the exhaustion of their actions. And there, too, in heaven, there are differences of low, high, and middling register trademark symbol, nor, even there, is there satisfaction. Even after a sight of most magnificent splendor. Thus have I stated to you these seats distinctly. I will after this proceed to state to you the production of the fetus register trademark symbol. And, O twice born one, hear that attentively from me as I state it. Asterisk compare on this and lower place Gita, p. 109, Sinkhaya Karaik, 44. Asterisk the readings here are most unsatisfactory. The meaning of the printed reading adopted above would seem to be decision as to what actions should be performed and see. Asterisk compare Git, p. 81, and Sanatsugatiya, p. 158. Asterisk cf. Gita, p. 84. Arjuna Mr. says, in heaven equals in the next world, low equals inf. Tire, high equals heaven, and middling equals the space below the skies. Antariksha, for the 3 degrees of enjoyment. In heaven, see Yogavesa Shihai, 35 Seek. Asterisk this is the third of the 3 seats above referred to. Chapter Il, 7. 2 am. Chapter 3. There is no destruction here of actions good or not good. Coming to one body after another they become ripened in their respective ways. As a fruitful tree, producing fruit may yield much fruit, so does merit performed with a pure mind become expanded. Sin, too, performed with a sinful mind, is similarly expanded. For the self engages in action, putting forward this mind. And now further, hear how a man, overwhelmed with action, and enveloped in desire and anger, register trademark symbol, enters a womb. Within the womb of a woman, he obtains as the result of action a body, good or else bad, made up of virile semen and blood. Owing to his subtlety and imperceptibility, though he obtains a body appertaining to the Brahman, he is not attached anywhere, hence is he the eternal Brahman. That is the seed of all beings, by that one compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 53, and Mvedika, p.s 70. And c. Generally as to this passage, Surfika Bhashaya, pp. 751 to 760. 2g. They yield their respective fruits, cf. Maitri, p. 43, and Khandogya, p. 358. 5. This explains, say the commentators, how even a little merit or sin requires sometimes more than one birth to enjoy and exhaust. Asa king performs sacrifices putting forward a priest, Arguna Misra, and compare Dhammapada, the first two verses. 5. Arguna Misra has tath, in the same way instead of this, and renders it to mean putting forward the mind. Register trademark symbol, hence he does not get nd of birth and death. Trademark symbol, good equals of gods or men, bad equals of the lower species of kava. Tules, Arguna. Register trademark symbol, he, in the preceding sentences, according to Arguna Misra, means the self, through the mind, or putting forward the mind. As said above. In this sentence, he takes he to mean the mind itself. Brahman equals the self, and the mind, he says, is called the Brahman, as it, like the self, is the cause of the aitanya, intelligence, in all creatures. X.R. 242 Anugita. All creatures exist. That soul, entering all the limbs of the psitis, part by part, and dwelling in the seat of the life wind, supports them with the mind asterisk. Then the fetus, becoming possessed of consciousness, moves about its limbs as liquefied iron being poured out assumes the form of the image, register trademark symbol, such you must know is the entrance of the soul into the fetus. As fire entering a ball of iron, heats it, such, too, you must understand, is the manifestation of the soul in the fetus. And as a blazing lamp shines in a house, even so does consciousness light up bodies asterisk, and whatever action he performs, whether good or bad, everything done in a former body must necessarily be enjoyed, or suffered. Then asterisk, that is exhausted, and again other action is accumulated. So long as the piety which dwells in the practice of concentration of mind for final emancipation asterisk has not been learnt. As to that, O best of men, I will tell you about that action by which, verily, one going the round of various births, becomes happy. gifts, penance, life as a Brahmatharan, adherence to prescribed regulations, restraint of the senses 7, and also 1 Thai, the heart. Arguna Misra says that the soul at the beginning of the tense means the mind, and mind here means knowledge or intelligence. Compare p. 238 Supra. Degree in the mold of which, that is to say, it is poured. Compare Gita, p. 106. The three similes, says Nalakorfha, show that the soul pervades the whole body, is yet imperceptible, and also unattached to the body. Arguna Misra's explanation is different, but I prefer Nalakanth's register trademark symbol te by the enjoyment or suffering. Te. While he does not possess the knowledge which leads te, the piety necessary as a preliminary for final emancipation, and which ultimately destroys action. Compare Gita, p. 62. 7 Lo. Keeping the senses of hearing and see from all operations. Quopta 3, 23. 243. Tranquility, compassion to all beings, self-restraint, and absence of cruelty, refraining from the appropriation of the wealth of others, not acting dishonestly, even in thought towards any being in this world, serving mother and father, honoring deities and guests, honoring preceptors, pity, purity, constant restraint of the organs, and causing good to be done. This is said to be the conduct of the good. From this is produced piety, which protects people to eternity. Thus one should look for it among the good, for among them it constantly abides. The practice to which the good adhere points out what piety is, and among them dwells that course of action which constitutes eternal piety. He who acquires that never comes to an evil end. By this are people held in check from making a slip in the paths of piety. But the devotee who is released degree is esteemed higher than these. For the deliverance from the course of worldly life of the man who acts piously and well, as he should act, takes place after a long time. Thus a creature always meets with the effects of the action performed in a previous life, and that is the sole cause by which he comes here, in a degraded form. There is, save those relating to the Brahman, tranquility is the game-sent thing. As regards the mind, this I take to mean restraint of the active organs, such as speech and see. Self-restraint is rendered by nalakavaha to mean concentration of mind. Compare Maitri, p. 57, Akindogya, p. 136, and Git and pp. 103,119. Compare Apastamba I, 1 2, I, 7, 27, Sakuntal, p. 30, Williams. Cf. Gita, p. 72. By this, I see. By the practice of the good, Arguna Misra. I am delusion, Arguna Misra, emancipated by force of his devotion, Nalakasha. 7 Cf. Guilt, p. 73, Aindogya, pp. 136,137. *Sil. The action. RK2. 244 Anugita. In the world a doubt as to what originally was the source from which he became invested with a body, and that I shall now proceed to state. Brahman, the grandfather of all people, having made a body for himself, created the whole of the three worlds, moving and fixed. From that he created the pradana, the material cause of all embodied selves, by which all this is pervaded, and which is known in the world as the highest asterisk. This is what is called the destructible. But the other is immortal and indestructible. And Pragpati, who had been first created, created all creatures and all the fixed entities, having, as regards the moving creation, appear separately for each register, trademark, symbol, species. Such is the ancient tradition heard by us. And as regards that, the Granthi fixed a limit of time, and a rule about migrations among various creatures, and about the return. What I say is all correct and proper, like what may be said by any talented person who has in animate and inanimate a body for himself equals undeveloped akasa, nilakansha. But sees Dikhyasdra, p. 19, and Sankhya Prav. Bhashya I, 122, and 3, Ro. *cf inter Alajita, p. 58 and note, and Svankhya Sira, pr. As to the words at the beginning of this sentence, Fyam that, cf. Tauturtya Upanishad, p. 67, where everything is derived from akasa, mentioned in the last note, and akasa from the Brahman. Compare Gita, p. 113, where there are three principles distinguished from each other. Te. The self, Arguna Misra. 5 pair, i.e. a male and female for kak species, such as man, and c. Arguna Misra. Pragapati fixed the limit of life for every moving creature, and the rule as to going from one species of body into another, and as to going from one world to another. As to a part of the ancient tradition, the first stanza of the Mundaka Upanishad may be compared. Chapter 4, I 245. A former birth perceived the self. He who properly perceives pleasure and pain to be inconstant, the body to be an unholy aggregate, and ruin to be connected with action *, and who remembers that whatever little there is of happiness is all misery. He will cross beyond the fearful ocean of worldly life, which is very difficult to cross. He who understands the pradana register trademark symbol, though attacked by birth and death and disease, sees one principle of consciousness in all beings possessed of consciousness degree. Then seeking after the supreme seat, he becomes indifferent to everything. O best of men, I will give you accurate instruction concerning it. Learn from me exhaustively, O Brahmesa, the excellent knowledge concerning the eternal imperishable seat, which I am now about to declare. Quoptra 4. He who becoming placid, and thinking of naught, may become absorbed in the one receptacle, abandoning each previous element, he will cross beyond. One Arguna Misra says the strength of the impression in the former birth would give him this knowledge in the subsequent birth. 2 cf. Sanatsugatiya, p. 155. 3. Compare inter alia p. 256 infia. 4. Ch. p. 79. 5. Otherwise called Prakriti, or nature. 6. Cf. p. 124. 7. Chgttd, p. 114. Register trademark symbol. We now begin, as Nilekanska points out, the answer to the question put above by Kesayappa about the emancipation of the self. Placid, Arjuna Misra renders to mean silent, taciturn. CP 234. Supra. Register trademark symbol. The path of knowledge, says Arjuna Misra, the Brahman. Says Nilekas /z. Abandoning each element equals absorbing the gross into the subtle elements, and so forth. Nflaken /ha, abandoning each elementary mode of worship till one reaches that of contemplating the absolute Brahman, Arjuna Misra. 246 Anurati. All bonds. A man who is a friend of all, who en just all, who is devoted to tranquility, who has subdued his senses, and from whom fear and wrath have departed, and who is self-possessed is released. He who moves among all beings as if they were like himself, who is self-controlled, pure, free from vanity and egoism, he is, indeed, released from everything. And he, too, is released who is equable towards both life and death. 5. And likewise pleasure and pain, and gain and loss, and, what is agreeable and odious. He who is not attached to anyone, who contemns no one, who is free from the pairs of opposites, and whose self is free from affections, he is, indeed, released in every way. He who has no enemy, who has no kinsman, who has no child, who has abandoned piety, wealth, and lust altogether, and who has no desire, is released. He who is not pious and not impious *, who casts off the merit or sin previously accumulated, whose self is tranquilized by the exhaustion of the primary elements of the body. Register trademark symbol, and who is free from the pairs of opposites, is released. One who does no action and who has no desire, looks on this universe as This, in the terminology of the Vedanta, means keeping the mind from everything save hearing and see about the Bhayahanan. One who has his mind under his control. But Sigit, p. 63. 5. Ch. p. 71. *L. The desire to be honored or respected, Arjuna Misra. Compare Sanatsugatiya, p. 161. 5. Who does not care when death comes. CFPT 54 Supra. CF. For all this, pp.101,103,125 and c. Compare CAS/AAP 101. Nalai says this means the constituents of the body. Arjuna Misra says, Pitwa or life, wind and sea. They are 7. C. Gloss on Khandogya Upanishad, p. 441, and p. 343 infra. Because, says Arjuna Misra, he has no desire. Nalai/ha says this means an ascetic, Sanidsin. Seg p. 257 infra, note 1. Chapter 4, 13. 247. Saint, like an asvatha tree, one, always full of birth. death, and old age having his understanding always fixed upon indifference to worldly objects. Searching for his own faults he procures the release of his self from bonds in no long time. Seeing the self void of smell, void of taste, void of touch, void of sound, void of belongings, void of color, and unknowable, he is released. He who sees the enjoyer of the qualities, devoid of qualities, void of the qualities of the five elements, devoid of form, and having no cause, is released. A ban. Dunning by the understanding all fancies bodily and mental he gradually obtains tranquility, like fire devoid of fuel. He who is free from all emprise, science free from the pairs of opposites, without belongings, and who moves among the collection of organs with penance, he is indeed released. Then, freed from all impressions, he attains to the eternal. 1 Compare Gita, p. 111, where Sankara explains the name to mean what will not remain even till tomorrow. 2 Compare Guild, p. Rog, and other passages. Arjuna Misra has a different reading, which means particularly observing the evils of the three kinds of misery. Ch Kasha, p. 119, Mundaka, pp. 267, and Marjakya, p. 371. 5 Compare Gita, pp. 104, 105, and Ka/ha, p. 112. Nalakas Ha says this refers to the gross elements, the next expression to the subtle ones, and being free from these two, he is devoid of qualities, viz. the three qualities. 7 Compare Gita, p. 65. T.C. Those which cause bodily and mental activity. Compare Maitri, p. 178. The original is the famous word nirvasa. Trademark symbol seal. Derived from false knowledge, says Arjuna Misra. Nila Kampf says all impressions from outside oneself which are destroyed by those produced from concentration of mind, and c. SVEP.391 infra. Till. All those operations by which the internal man is one-ended, pure and free from all taints, see below, p.248, where Nalakav/ha does it as the performance of one's duty which is called penance. But Sec. 2, pp. 74, 119,166 Supra. The meaning seems to be that the 248 Anugita. Supreme Brahman, tranquil, unmoving, constant, indestructible. After this I shall explain the science of concentration of mind, than which there is nothing higher, and which teaches how devotees concentrating their minds perceive the perfect self. I will impart instruction regarding it accurately. Learn from me the paths by which one directing the self within the self perceives the eternal principle. Restraining the senses, one should fix the mind on the self, and having first performed rigorous penance register trademark symbol, he should practice concentration of mind for final emancipation. Then the talented Brahmavsa, who has practiced penance, who is constantly practicing concentration of mind, should act on the precepts of the science of concentration of mind register trademark symbol. Seeing the self in the self by means of the mind. If such a good man is able to concentrate the self on the self, then he, being habituated to exclusive meditation perceives the self in the self. Being man in question lets his senses work, but does not permit himself to be in any way identified with their operations. Compare GIT 64p. 1. Compare the expressions at GIT hash p45. Unmoving which occurs at ISA 10p, is there explained by Sankara to mean always the same. The same sense is given by Mahira. Weber's Satapata, py80. 2. Sent perfect would seem to mean here free from all bonds or taints, the absolute. 5. Te sources of knowledge, says Arguna Misra. Compare as to directing the self within the self. Jita, p69. Nila. Kantha says, paths, means of mental restraint, the self, mind, in the self, in the body. 5. CP 247, note R. Nalekor / Haas note there referred to occurs on this passage. See also p 166, note 1 supra. It is not easy to say what this science is. Is it Patanjali's system that is meant? No details occur to enable one to identify the science. But, probably, no system is alluded to. 7. See note 4 above. Nalekaze has a very forced explanation of the original word. Chapter 4, 25 249. Self-restrained and self-possessed, and always concentrating his mind, and having his senses subjugated, he who has achieved proper concentration of mind sees the self in the self. A person having seen one in a dream, recognizes him, afterwards, saying, "This is he," so does one who has achieved proper concentration of mind perceive the self-register trademark symbol. And as one may show the soft fibers, after extracting them from the mu figure, so does a devotee see the self extracted from the body. The body is called the mu figure, the soft fibers stand for the self. This is the excellent illustration propounded by those who understand concentration of mind. When an embodied self properly perceives the self-concentrated register trademark symbol, then there is no ruler over him, since he is the Lord of the triple world *. He obtains various bodies as he pleases, and casting aside old age and death, he grieves not and exults not. The man who, which also occurs further on, he takes the meaning to be, he who is habituated to that by which the one-one-s attained, viz., meditation. 1. The original is the same as at Jita, p. 63. 2. That is to say, one who has got the power of concentrating his mind as he pleases, and the words always concentrating and see just before, would mean one who always exercises that power. 5. J.E. Having perceived the self in the state of concentration, he sees the whole universe to be the self in this state when the concentration has ceased, Nilekor. Arguna Misra says, having perceived the self at the time of concentration, he recognizes it as the same at the time of direct perception, meaning, apparently, the time of final emancipation. For lo, the reality, which in this simile forms the substratum of What are called the fibers, the simile is in the Kaska Upanishad. Sec. 2, Sanatsugatiya, p. 176. Register trademark symbol i.e. on the Supreme Self, as above explained. 5 cf. Sanatsugatiya, p. 161, Svetisvatara, p. 2yo, and Brihadara. Nyaka, p. 218, A. Anugita, p. 523, Atasaya p. 26, Kaushitaki, p. 126. 250 Anugita. Has acquired concentration of mind, and who is self-restrained, creates for himself even the divinity of the gods, and abandoning the transient body, he attains to the inexhaustible Brahman. When all beings are destroyed, he has no fear. When all beings are afflicted, he is not afflicted by anything. He whose self is concentrated, who is free from attachment, and of a tranquil mind, is not shaken by the fearful effects of attachment and affection, which consist in pain and grief. For weapons do not pierce him. Register trademark symbol, there is no death for him, nothing can be seen anywhere in the world happier than he. Properly concentrating his self, he remains steady to the self, and freed from old age and grief, he sleeps at ease. Leaving this human frame, he assumes bodies at pleasure. But one who is practicing concentration should never become despondent. %. When one who has properly achieved concentration perceives the self in the self, then he forthwith ceases to feel any attachment to Indra himself. 7. I do not quite understand the original. The other reading, Dehatvam for Devatvam, is not move intelligible, but comparing the two, the meaning seems to be, that the divinity of the gods, their qualities and pausis as gods, are within his reach, if he likes to have them. To compare. Gita, p. 107. 5. Affection is the feeling that a thing is one's own. Attachment is the feeling of liking one has for a thing acquired with difficulty. Arguna Mr. Pain appears to be the feeling immediately following on hurt or evil suffered. Grief is the constant state of mind which is a later result. Degree cf. Yogasvesha Bhashaya, p. 208. Degree compare. Jita, p. 70. Despondency is the feeling that one has not acquired concentration after much practice, and that therefore the practice should be abandoned. The other reading here may be rendered, then forthwith Indra himself esteems him highly. Chapter 4, 36. 251. Now listen how one habituated to exclusive meditation attains concentration. Thinking of a quarter seen before, he should steady his mind within and not out of the city in which he dwells. Remaining within that city, he should place his mind both in its external and internal operations, in that habitation in which he dwells. When meditating in that habitation, he perceives the perfect one. His mind should not in any way wander outside. Restraining the group of the senses, in a forest free from noises and unpeopled, he should meditate on the perfect one within his body with a mind fixed on one point. This is all rather mystical. Nalakor /ha takes city to mean body and habitation to mean them filled for ia, or other similar mystic center within the body, where according to the Yoga philosophy, the soul is sometimes to be kept with the life winds, and sea. Thinking of a quarter, and sea, he explains to mean meditating on the instruction he has received after studying the Upanishads. I do not understand the passage well. City for Body 1 essay. Familiar use of the word. Compare. Git, 65p. The original void for habitation occurs at Aitāraya Upanishad, p. 199, where Sankara explains it to mean seat. 3 seats are there mentioned. The organs of sight, and see. The mind, and the akasa in the heart. There, too, the body is described as a city, and Anandagiri explains habitation to mean seat of amusement or sport. Ilaria. However, the meaning seems to be that one should work for concentration in the manner indicated, viz. First fix the mind on the city where one dwells, then on the particular part of it oftenest seen before, then one's own habitation, then the various parts of one's body, and finally one's own heat and the bioman within it. Thus, gradually circumscribed in its operations, the mind is better fitted for the final concentration on the bioman. As to external and internal operations, cf. Note 8, p. 247. The perfect one is the Brahman, compare. Sanatsugatiya, p. 171. As to Dvasatha, which we have rendered by habitation, see also Mazdukya, p. 340, Veda Rainyaka, p. 751, and the alternative sense suggested by Sankara. On the Aitāraya, LOC. Sit. 2 cf. Maitreya Upanishad, p. Ru. 252 Anugita. Should meditate on his teeth, palate, tongue, neck, and throat likewise, and also the heart, and likewise the seat of the heart. That talented pupil, O destroyer of Madhu, having been thus instructed by me, proceed further to interrogate me about the piety required for final emancipation, which is difficult to explain. How does this food eaten from time to time become digested in the stomach? Does it turn to juice, and how also to blood? And how, too, do the flesh, and marrow, and muscles, and bones, which all form the bodies for embodied selves, develop in a woman as that self develops? How, too, does the strength develop? And how is it also about the removal of non-nutritive substances, 7, and of the excretions, distinctly? How, too, does he breathe inwards or outwards? And what place does the self occupy, dwelling in the self? And how does the soul moving about carry the body? And of what color and of what description is it when he leaves it? O sinless, venerable Sir, be pleased to state this accurately to me. Thus questioned by that Brahmesa, O Madhava, I replied, O you of mighty arms. Copyright symbol. Nalekavha cites numerous passages from works of the Yoga philosophy in illustration of this. He takes heart to mean the Brahman seated in the heart, compare Kandogya, p. 528, and the seat of the heart to mean the 101 passages of the heart. The latter expression Arguna Mr. seems to render by mind. See also generally on this passage, Maitreya Upanishad. p. 133, and Yogastitra 3, 1 and 28 seek, and commentary there. Literally, those which are void of strength. I adopt Arjuna Misra's reading. The other reading literally means obstructions. Asterisk the self here means the body, I take it. CP 248 Supra. Asterisk the reply does not appear here. Nilakantha says that the succeeding chapters contain it. Arjuna Misra seems to gaze that the answer has been already given. The context here is obscure. Chapter 4, 51. 253. Restrainer of your foes. According to what I had heard, a son placing any property in his storeroom should fix his mind on the property, so placing one's mind in one's body, and keeping the passages confined, one should there look for the self and avoid heedlessness. Asterisk, being thus always assiduous and pleased in the self, he attains in a short time to that Brahman, after perceiving which he understands the Pradhana register trademark symbol. He is not to be grasped by the eye, nor by any of the senses. Only by the mind, used as a lamp is the great self-perceived. Asterisk. He has hands and feet on all sides, he has eyes, heads, and faces on all sides, he has ears on all sides, he stands pervading everything in the world. The soul sees the self asterisk come out from the body, and abandoning his body, he perceives the self, holding it to be the immaculate Brahman, with, as it were, a mental smile. And then depending upon it thus, he attains final emancipation in me. Asterisk. 1 Nalakas /ha says the original means household effects, Arjuna Misra says wealth, and adds, the mind is fixed on it from fear of others finding it out. 2 Compare Sanatsugatiya, p. 152. Here, however, the sense is the ordinary one. 5 Te all nature, that from which the universe is developed. Asterisk cf. Kasha, pp. 117 to 130. C. Santi Pavan, Moksha, CCXL, 16. 5 cf. Jita, p. 103. The stanza occurs often in the Bharata. This, says Arjuna Misra, answers the question how the soul carries the body. The soul can do that as it one's all-pervading. 6 The individual soul, which has acquired true knowledge, perceives the self to be distinct from the body. CP 249 Supra. Trademark symbol T.E at the false notions which he entertained, Nflakantha says, smile, i.e. amazement that he should have been deceived by the mirage-like course of worldly life. 5 Je final emancipation and assimilation with the Supreme. Depending upon it thus equals taking refuge with the Brahman in the way above stated. AMT 254 Anugita. This whole mystery I have declared to you, O best of Brahmamas. I will now take my leave, I will go away, and do you, too, go away. O Brahmesa, according to your pleasure. Thus addressed by me. O Krishva, that pupil, possessed of great penance, that Ptmama of rigid vows, went away as he pleased. Vasudeva said, having spoken to me, O son of Pr7Tha, these good words relating to the piety required for final Emancipation, that best of Brahmasas disappeared. Then and there. Have you listened to this, O son of Pritha? With a mind fixed on this one point only. For on that occasion, too, sitting in the chariot you heard this same instruction. It is my belief, O son of Pritha, that this is not casually understood by a man who is confused, or who has not acquired knowledge with his inmost soul purified. What I have spoken, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, is a great mystery, even among the gods. And it has never yet been heard by any man in this world, O son of Putta. For, O sinless one, there is no other man than you worthy to hear it. Nor is it easily to be understood by one whose internal self is confused. The world of the gods, O son of Kunt, is filled by those who perform. Arjuna Misra says, the only questions among those stated above, which are of use for final emancipation, have been here answered. The others should be looked for elsewhere. The original words here are identical with those at GIT 4, p. 139. I adopt Nalak author's reading here. Arjuna Misra reads Vigagdena, which he explains to mean one who eats kinds of food incompatible with one another. A third reading is Kranena, ungrateful. Sijata, p. 84. Chapter 4, 66. 255. Actions. And the gods are not pleased with the cessation of the mortal form, for as to that eternal Brahman, O son of Putta, that is the highest goal, where one, forsaking the body, reaches immortality and is ever happy. Adopting this doctrine, even those who are of sinful birth, women, Vaishyas, and Sudras likewise, attain the supreme goal. What, then, need be said of Brahmawas, O son of Pr7Tha? Or well-read Kshatriyas, who are constantly intent on their own duties, and whose highest goal is the world of the Brahman. This has been stated with reasons, and also the means for its acquisition, and the fruit of its full accomplishment, final emancipation, and determination regarding misery. O chief of the descendants of Bharata, there can be no other happiness beyond this. The mortal, O son of Pasdu, who, possessed of talents, full of faith, and energetic, casts aside as unsubstantial the whole substance of this world registered trademark symbol, he forthwith attains the highest goal by these means. This is all that is to be said. There is nothing further than this. Concentration of mind comes to him, O son of Pritha, who practices concentration of mind constantly throughout 6 months. Degree 1. Compare Braidiranyaka, p. 234, where Sankara quotes the original stanza, but with a reading which means, and the gods are not pleased at mortals rising above them, that is a better reading. 2. Sijata, pp. 85, 86, where the words are nearly identical with those in the text. This is not quite clear. Does determination regarding misery, the onginal of which is duhashkajya 4am vinirvayas, mean conclusion of all misery? Comp. Jala, p. 79. 4. Arjuna Misra says this means assiduous register trademark symbol G. wealth and so forth, says Nilekavda. Cf. Human Wealth at Sanatsugatiya, p. 164. Asterisk compare. Maitya-Upanishad, p.1g4. The copy of Arguna Misra's 256 Anugita. Quapter v. On this, too, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, they relate this ancient story, in the form of a dialogue, which occurred, O son of Pavstha, between a husband and wife. A Brahma was wife, seeing the Brahmesa her husband, who had gone through all knowledge and experience, seated in seclusion, spoke to him, thus: what world, indeed, shall I go to, depending on you as my husband, you who live renouncing all action, and who are harsh and discerning. Asterisk. We have heard that wives attain to the worlds acquired by their husbands. What goal, verily, shall I reach, having got you for my husband? Thus addressed, that man of a tranquil self spoke to her with a slight smile, O beautiful one, O sinless one, I am not offended at these words of yours. Whatever action there is, that can be caught by the touch, asterisk, or seen, or heard, that only do the men of action engage in as action. Those who are devoid of knowledge only lodge register trademark symbol delusion in them selves by means of action and freedom from action. Commentary which I have used, says that the Anugita ends here. But, as we have shown, there is a verse coming further on, which Sankarafayya cites as from the Anugita 4. In the printed copies of the Mahabharata, the next chapter is called the Bhimajagita. 1 te. The questions at p. 252, Nilekantha, more probably, perhaps, the doctrine mentioned at p. 254 is what one s alluded to. 2 CFGIT 4, p. 57 and note. Asterisk Nilekant Sent Ka says this means ignorant, that the wife has no other support. Arguna Misra interprets Kinfisa to mean indulgent instead of harsh. Asterisk so Arguna Misra. Nilekant Ha's reading and his interpretation of the passage are different. Register trademark symbol I follow Arguna Misra, the original literally means one is strain. Chapter v. 12. 257. Is not to be attained in this world even for an instant. From birth to the destruction of the body, action, good or bad, by act, mind or speech too, does exist among all beings. While the paths of action, in which the materials are visible, are destroyed by demons, I have perceived by means of the self, the seat abiding in the self, asterisk, the seat, where dwells the Brahman free from the pairs of opposites, and the moon together with the fire register trademark symbol, upholding all beings, as the mover of the intellectual principle. The seat, for which register trademark symbol Brahman and others concentrating their minds, worship that indestructible principle, and for which learned men have their senses restrained, and their selves tranquil, and observe good vows. It is not to be smelled by the nose, and not to be tasted by the tongue. It is not to be touched by the sense of touch, but is to be apprehended by the mind. It cannot be. 1 cf. Kflo, pp. 532, 83, see also, as to freedom from action. Gita, p. 127. 2t.e, thought, word, and deed. I have in the text kept to a more literal rendering. This isn't Philakania's reading and interpretation. Arguna Misra reads actions visible and invisible. Asterisk cf inter alia cum for Rosamaviti, 46. 5 Thai, says Arguna Misra, the safe place, within the body, and says Nalakav /ha, the seat called a vimukta, between the nose and the brows, as to which compare. Gita, p. 67. In the Kenopanishad, p. 220, the word for yatana is used to signify two means to the attainment of the Brahman. The moon and fire constitute the universe, says Arguna Misra. Compare. Gita, p.r13. Nalikan /ka interprets this more mystically, as referring to the Isent and Pingalatarix. 7 Sonalakazara, but he takes it to stand for vdu or wind, as a distinct principle. The sense is by no means clear. But the moon being the deity of the mind also may, perhaps, be described as she is here, on that account. Asterisk this is Arguna Misra's interpretation of the original locative. 8. 258 Anugita. Conquered by the eyes, and is entirely beyond the senses of hearing. It is devoid of smell, devoid of taste and touch, devoid of color and sound, and imperishable. It is that, from which, this whole expanse of the universe proceeds, and on which it rests. From this the Prava, Apforna, Samana, Vyana, and Udana also proceed, and into it they enter. Register trademark symbol, between the Samana and the Vyforna, the Prava and the Apna moved. When that is asleep, the Samana and Vyforna also are absorbed. And between the Prava and the Apna dwells the Udana pervading all. Therefore the Prava and the Apna do not forsake a sleeping person. That is called the Udana, as the life winds are controlled by it. And therefore those who study the Brahman engage in penance, of which I am the goal. In 1 cf note 4, p. 247 supra, and p. 253. Arguna Misra says this means the 5 great elements, the 1101 gans, active and perceptive, and the mind, the life wind, and the individual soul. 5 The Prava is at the nays, the Apna at the arms, the Sat Mana at the navel, the Vyana pervades the whole body, and the Udana is at all the joints. Cf. Yogasvesha lit. 38 Sikh. Nalakantha says this explains how the expanse, meaning, he says, the operations of the creation, and c. proceeds from the Brahman. SCE on the HFE winds, Pe Dharamyaka, p. 667, A Zindogia, pp. 42-188. Sankhya Tattva Kaumudi, p. 96, Vedanta Paribhasht, p. 45, p. 274. Infia. The self, Arguna Misra. Nalakav Sentha says, the Pranarakam pained by the Apana. 5t.e. into the Padwa and Apana, Aguna Misra. Register trademark symbol Nalakor /ka derives the word thus, Utkashevadnyati. Lo, the subjugation of the life winds as indicated at Jita, p. 64. Register trademark symbol. The meaning of the passage as a whole is not very clear, and the commentator afford but little help. The sense appears To be this, the course of worldly life is due to the operations of the life winds which are attached to the self and lead to its manifestations as individual souls. Of these, the samana and vyana are degree. Chapter V, 21. 259. The interior, in the midst of all these, life winds, which move about in the body and swallow up one another register trademark symbol, blazes the Vaisvana fire. Sevenfold. The nose, and the tongue, and the eye, and the skin, and the ear as the fifth, the mind and the understanding, these are the 7 tongues pound of the blaze of Vaisvana. That which is to be smelt, that which is to be drunk, that which is to be seen, that which is to be touched, and likewise that which is to be heard, and also that which is to be thought of, and that which is to be understood, those are the 7 kinds of fuel for me * register trademark symbol. That which smells, that which eats, that which sees, that which touches, and that which hears as the 5th, that which thinks, and that which understands, these are the 7 great officiating priests *. And mark this always controlled and held under check by the prasa and apana, into which latter the former are absorbed in sleep. The latter too are held in check and controlled by the udana, which thus controls all. And the control of this, which one is the control of all. The 5, and which is otherwise called penance, destroys the course of worldly life, and leads to the Supreme Self, i.e. within the body. 2 as explained in Note 8, p. 258. 5 This, says Nalakas /aa, explains the word I in the Su tense preceding. Vatsvtnra is a word often used to denote the self. The Vishamasloka derives it thus, that which saves all beings from hell. See the Prasna Upanishad, pp. 167 to 188, where 7 tongues are also referred to. Muzdaka, p. 292, Ahandogya, p. 364, Mandukya, p. 341. Compare. Latiryadranyaka, p. 802. 5g. The Vaisvana. Cf. Tatiriyadravika, p. 803 and Gloss. Register trademark symbol. These I take to be the powers of hearing, and see, which are presided over by the several deities, or, better, perhaps, they may mean the soul distinguished as so many with reference to these several powers. Compare. Bahadranyaka, p. 169, Matat, p. 96. Prasna, pp. 214, 215, Kaushitaki, p. 96, Aitarya, p. 187, Ahin. Dogya, p. 616. The latter sense is accepted by Arguna Misra. $2. 260 Anugita. O beautiful one! The learned sacrificers throwing in due form the 7 offerings into the 7 fires in 7 ways, produce them in their wombs. Namely, that which is to be smelt, that which is to be drunk, that which is to be seen, that which is to be touched, and likewise that which is to be heard, that which is to be thought of, and also that which is to be understood. Earth, air, space, water, and light as the 5th, mind and understanding, these 7, indeed, are named wombs. All the qualities which stand as offerings are absorbed into the mouth of the fire register trademark symbol, and having dwelt within that dwelling are born in their respective wombs. And in that very principle, which is the generator of all entities, they remain absorbed during the time of deluge. From that register trademark symbol is produced smell, from that is produced taste, from that is produced color. From that touch is produced, from that is produced sound, from that doubt asterisk is produced, from that is produced determination. This is what they know as the sevenfold production. In this very way was it comprehended by the ancients, becoming perfected by the perfect sacrifice, they were perfectly filled with light. 1. The next clause explains this, that which is to be smelled is earth, and so on throughout. The men who sacrifice all sensuous objects get such powers that they can create the objects whenever they like. As to in their wombs, see Yoga Bhashya, p. 104. Te are so treated in the above allegory. 8. Te the Brahman. I.e. when the sacrificer wishes, as stated in Note 1. Register trademark symbol that principle, viz. the bioman. This is the operation of the mind, see Jita, p. 57 Note 7. The Brahman, Arguna Misra. Or it may be the sevenfold production. The wholesale sacrifice of all sensuous perceptions. The Chapter 6, 6. 261. Quora 6. The Bhadmasa said. On this, too, they relate this ancient story. Learn now of what description is the institution of the 10 sacrificial priests. The ear, the skin, the 2 eyes, the tongue, the nose, the 2 feet, the 2 hands, speech, the genital organ, and the anus, these, verily, are 10 sacrificial priests, O beautiful one. Sound, touch, color, and taste, smell, words, action, motion, and the discharge of semen, urine, and excrement. These are the 10 oblations. The quarters, wind, sun, moon, earth and fire, and Vishnu also, Indra, Prajapati, and Mitra, these, O beautiful one, are the 10 fires asterisk. The 10 organs are the makers of the offerings are 10, O beautiful one. Objects of sense, verily, are the fuel, and they are offered up into the 10 fires. The mind is the ladle asterisk, and the wealth is the pure, highest knowledge register trademark symbol. Thus, we have heard, was the universe duly divided asterisk. And the mind, which is the instru root corresponding with perfect, occurs 3 times in the original. Hence the repetition of perfect above. 1. Compare Taturtya Brahmana, p. 411, and Aranyaka, p. 281. 2. Cf. Brihadramyaka, p. 459. The reading in the printed edition of Bombay is defective here. Register trademark symbol CP 337 Seek, where all this is more fully explained. And compare the analogous Buddhistic doctrine stated at Lalita Vistara, translation by Dr. R. Mitra, P.Ra. Asterisk C. Tatintya Dravika LOC. Sit, and compare. Jita, p. 61. The wealth probably means the dakshiv to be given to the priests, which is mentioned at Jita, prg. 5. The priests here being the senses, the knowledge would accrue to them, as to which compare Gita, p. 108. Register trademark symbol see note 3. 262 Anugita. Meant of knowledge, requires everything knowable as its offering. The mind is within the body the upholder of the frame, and the knower is the upholder of the body asterisk. That asterisk upholder of the body is the Gurupatya fire, from that another is produced. And the mind which is the Ahavantya, and into this the offering is thrown. Then the Lord of Speech was produced. That Lord of Speech looks up to the mind. First, verily, are words produced, and the mind runs after them. Asterisk each sense can only offer up its own perceptions, the mind offers up all knowledge whatever. Arjuna Misra says this is an implied simile, the mind is an upholder of the body as the knower or self is. Asterisk Arjuna Misra says this means the mind. I think it better to take it here as the self, cp 238 Supra, to which the mind and the other mentioned further on, would be subordinate. The other Arjuna Misra renders by the group of the senses. The senses are compared to fires at Jita, p. 61. The passage at Taittiriya Aranyaka above cited refers only to the Gurupatya and Ahavaniya fires. Nilakam / Ha's text and explanation of this passage are, to my mind, not nearly so satisfactory as Arjuna Misra's. Asterisk in the Taitantya Brahmavsa and Aranyaka LOC. Sit, the equivalent of the onginal word foi Lord of Spec here occurs, viz. Vakpati for Vedaspati here, but that is there described as the Hortat Poest, and speech itself as the Ved. O1 alter. The commentator there interprets Lord of Speech to mean the wind, which causes vocal activity, and resides in the throat, palate, and sea. As to mind and speech, see also Aondogya, pp. 285-441, and comments of Sankara there. The meaning of this passage, however, is not by any means clear to my mind. The Dasaho mantras in the Tautolaya are stated to be the mantras of the Isha, or Sasyafis, performed by Pragpati for creation. It is possible, then, that the meaning here is, that speech which is to be learnt by the pupil, as stated further on, Nameli. The Vedas, was first produced from that Isha, compare Kulika on Manui, 21. But to understand that spec, mind is necessary. Hence it is said to look up to the mind. The Brahma's wife, however, seems to understand speech as ordinary spec, hni. Her question. Chapter 6, I5. 263. The Brahma's wife said, how did speech come into existence first, and how did the mind come into existence afterwards? Seeing that words are uttered, after they have been thought over by the mind. By means of what experience does intelligence come to the mind? And, though developed, does not comprehend. What verily obstructs it? The Brahma was said. The Apna becoming Lord changes it into the state of the Apforna in consequence. That is called the movement of the mind, and hence the mind is in need of it. Asterisk but since you ask me a question regarding speech and mind, I will relate to you a dialogue between themselves. Both speech and mind went to the self of all beings and spoke to him thus, say which of us is superior, destroy our doubts, O Lord. Thereupon the Lord positively said to speech, mind is superior, but speech thereupon said to him, I, verily, yield you your desires. This, again, is to my mind very hard to understand. The original word for intelligence is mati, which at /kndogya. P5T4, Sankara interprets thus, intelligence is pondering, application to, literally, respect for, the subject of thought. The original for developed Arguna Misra renders by mixed or assimilated with, and does not comprehend he takes to mean does not understand, speech or words. This question appears to be suggested by the last words of the previous speech. His two sentences are again very obscure. Nalakasha, as usual, deserts his original, giving peculiar meanings to the words without producing any authority. Arguna Misra is very meager, and besides the MS is very incorrect. SCEP 264, note 5 infra. *te, Pragd Patti, says Arguna Misra, which seems to be justified by the sequel. Nalakan/ha takes it to mean the individual self, which doubtless is its meaning elsewhere, for example Mati. P56. *ie, speech conveys information on all matters, Arguna Misra. 264 Anusaya. The Br and Armeza said, no, that, in my view, there are two minds immovable and also movable. The immovable verily is with me, the movable is in your dominion. Whatever mantra, or letter, or tone goes to your dominion, that indeed is the movable mind. 2. That you are superior. But in Asmak, O beautiful 1. As you came personally to speak to me, in the way you did, therefore, O Sarasvat, you shall never speak after hard exhalations. Register trademark symbol. The goddess speech, verily, dwelt always between the prasa and apana. Register trademark symbol. But, O noble one, going with the apna as the means of acquiring desired fruit, visible or invisible, learned by speech, Nalakan/ha. Compare as to all this, Chadramyaka Upanishad, pp. 50 seek. And 261. *lo. Nalakan/ha says, the Brahmava named mind alluding apparently to p. 310 infra. But the reading of some of the MSS, viz. Brahman for the Brahmawa, seems preferable, having regard to what follows. Apparently, the Brahmana's own speech should begin at the goddess speech further on. Nalakansha says, immovable equals to be understood by the external senses, movable equals not perceptible by senses, such as heaven and sea, which is not quite intelligible. Arguna Misra says, the immovable mind is that of the teacher, which is fixed, as it has not to learn or acquire anything, while that of the pupil one's movable as acquiring new impressions and knowledge. *lo. It one's the movable mind which takes cognizance of the significations of all mantras, sacred texts, letters, tones, in which, I presume, sacred instruction is conveyed. To this mind, speech, is superior, as that mind only works on what speech places before it, but the mind which is with prag for patti, is superior to speech, as it is not dependent on speech like the other. I.e. proudly, about her being the giver of desires to Brahman. Lo. Says Arjuna Misra, the words will not come out with the prana life wind and convey any sense to the hearer, but will be absorbed down into the apna life wind, and not be articulated speech at all. Compare Kaushvataki, p. 41, Karsha, p. 184, with glosses, and Khandogya, p. 42. I presume, was dependent on the two life winds named. Chapter 6, 25. 265. Wind, though impelled, in consequence of being without the prava, she ran up to Prag and Patti, saying, "Be pleased, O venerable sir." Then the prasa appeared again, nourishing speech. And therefore, speech never speaks after hard exhalation. It is always noisy or noiseless. Of those two, the noise less is superior to the noisy speech. This lent speech, like a cow, yields milk and speaking of the Brahman it always produces the eternal emancipation. This cow-like speech, O you of a bright smile, is divine, with divine register trademark symbol power. Observe the difference of its two subtle, flowing forms. The Bhadmavasa's wife said, "What did the goddess of speech say on that occasion in days of old, when, though she was impelled with a desire to speak, words could not be uttered?" The Brahmavasa said, "The speech, which is produced in the body by compare p.353 infra. For this sense of the word between SCEP 258. Supra, and Khandogya Upanishad, p. 623. 1 and not with the prasa, so as to be articulated. Compare p. 264. Lo. To withdraw the curse pronounced, as above stated. After the curse was withdrawn, says Arjuna Misra. Compare Brihadaranyaka, p. 317. Since, says Arjuna Misra, noiseless speech is the source of all words, Vinmaya. Perhaps we may compare Atarya Brahmana. Alag, p. 47. 5 viz. Vanmaya, milk, as a source of pleasure. Tc. Enlightening, Arjuna Missa. But, perhaps, the translation should be, has powers divine and not divine. As to this, cf. Sun. Khaya Bhashaya on IJ, 41, and Sakhaya Tattve Kaumudi, p. 118, and Wilson's Sankhya Kirika, p. 37, Sanskrit, and Svetasvatara, p. 284, gloss. 7 Arjuna Misra refers to a Satapatha text in praise of the subtle speech. I cannot trace the text, but see Nirukta, Roth. pp. 167-187. 266 Anugita. Means of the prasa, and which then goes into the apina, and then becoming assimilated with the udana leaves the body, and with the vidna envelopes all the quarters then, finally, dwells in the samphorna, so speech formally spoke. Hence, The mind is distinguished by reason of its being immovable, and the goddess distinguished by reason of her being movable. Register trademark symbol. Quopra 7. The Brahmesa said, on this, too, O beautiful one, they relate this ancient story, which shows, of what description is the institution of the 7 sacrificial priests. Register trademark symbol. The 1. Compare Khandogya, p. 285, and the passage there quoted Hy San Kara as well as Anandajan's gloss, and c. 2, p. 353 infra, viz. the part of it which specially appertains to speech, the throat, and c. 5 all the nadis or passages of the body, Arguna Misra. Asterisk tie. At the navel in the form of sound, as the material cause of all words. There and in that condition speech dwells after going through the body, as above stated. There, adds Arguna Misra, devotees aie to meditate on speech. 5. This one is not quite clear, but the meaning seems to be, that the merit of the immovable mind consists in its unchangeability, and that of speech in being the cause of variations in the movable mind by conveying new knowledge and new impressions. Compare on this result, Khandogya Upanishad, p. 482. Register trademark symbol. Aguna Misra says, the last chapter explained Pramyafma, and this explains Prati Fordra. Prasvyadma is the restraint of the life winds, Pratyadra that of the senses, according to the Yuva philosophy. See the quotation in the commentary at Yoyastitra High 1, and see also pp. 141 to 145. Cf. also Jata, p. 61. The Sapta Hortavihana as taught in the Taturtya Brahmava and Aranyaka is to be found a few pages after the pages referred to for the Dasahorai at p. 261 Supra, and the other Vyanas also are to be found in the same parts of those books. Chapter 7, 12. 267. Nose, and the eye, and the tongue, and the skin, and the ear as the 5th, mind and understanding. These are the 7 sacrificial priests separately stationed. Dwelling in a minute space, they do not perceive each other. Do you, verily, O beautiful one, learn about these sacrificial priests, which are 7, according to their several natures? The Brahmama's wife said, how is it these do not perceive each other, dwelling, as they do, in a minute space? What are their natures, O venerable sir? Tell me this, O Lord. The Brahmesa said, not knowing the qualities of anything is ignorance of it. Knowledge of the qualities is knowledge, and these never know the qualities of each other. The tongue, the eye, the ear likewise, the skin, the mind, and the understanding also, do not apprehend smells. The nose apprehends them. The nose, the eye, the car likewise, the skin, the mind, and the understanding also, do not apprehend tastes. The tongue apprehends them. The nose, the tongue, the ear likewise, the skin, the mind, and the understanding also, do not apprehend colors. The eye apprehends them. The nose, the tongue, and next the eye, the ear, the understanding, the mind likewise, do not apprehend objects of touch. The skin apprehends them. The nose, the tongue, and the eye, the skin, the mind, and the understanding also do not apprehend sounds, the ear apprehends them. The nose, the tongue, and the eye, the skin, the car, and the understanding also do not apprehend doubt, the mind apprehends it. The nose, the tongue, and the eye, the skin, the ear, and the mind. 268 Anugita. Also, do not apprehend final determination, the understanding apprehends it. On this, too, they relate this ancient story, a dialogue, O beautiful one, between the senses and the mind. The mind said, the nose smells not without me, the tongue does not perceive taste, the eye does not take in color. The skin does not become aware of any objective touch. Without me, the ear does not in any way hear sound. I am the eternal chief among all elements. Without me, the senses never shine. Like an empty dwelling, or like fires the flames of which are extinct. Without me, all beings, like fuel, half dried and half moist, fail to apprehend qualities or objects, even with the senses exerting themselves. The senses said, this would be true as you believe, if you, without us, enjoyed the enjoyments derived from our objects. If when we are extinct, there is pleasure and support of life, and if you enjoy enjoyments, then what you believe is true, or if when we are absorbed, and objects are standing, you enjoy objects according to their natures by the mere operation of the mind. Cf. Kaushvataki Upanishad, 93p, Khandogya, p. 297, Matat. p. 158, and Padaranyaka, p. 284. The passages in the last two works seem to be identical ones. 2t in their respective operations. The implication, of course, is, as Arjuna Misra says, that this is not so, as what is not perceived by the senses cannot be the object of the mind's operations, a proposition which reminds one of the maxim, nihilist in intellectu quod non fuorit in sensu, apparently without Leibniz's limitation of it. Compare Archbishop Thomson's Laws of Thought, p. 52. As in Sleep, and c. Chapter 7, 27. 269. If again you think your power over our objects is constant, then take in colors by the nose, take in tastes by the eye, take in smells by the ear, take in objects of touch by the tongue, and take in sounds by the skin, and also objects of touch by the understanding. For those who are powerful have no rules to govern them, rules are for the weak. You should accept enjoyments unenjoyed before you ought not to enjoy what has been tasted by others. As a pupil goes to a preceptor for Vedic learning, and having acquired Vedic learning from him, forms the directions of the Vedic texts, so you treat as yours objects shown register trademark symbol by us, both past and future in sleep and likewise wakefulness. Besides, when creatures of little intelligence are distracted in mind, life is seen to be supported, when our objects perform their functions. And even after having carried on numerous mental operations, and indulged in dreams, a creature, when troubled by desire to enjoy, does run to objects of sense only. one entering upon enjoyments, resulting from mental operations, alone, and not connected with objects. 1 te. If you can enjoy objects independently of the senses, whenever you choose to perform your operations. This, says Arguna Misra, meets an objection which might be made, that the mind at the time stated does not desire objects. For sick in original, it comes twice. Jetting what has been tasted by another is a cause of degradation. Cf. Ahindogya, p. 81, Maitri, p. 103, and p. 363 infra. For you incorrectly attribute to yourself the quality of apprehending them. *tie. Presented before you by us. 6. This is not quite clear. Aruna Misra has, not past, not future, literally, not come, not gone. 7. Viz. Smell, sound, and not by the mere operations of the mind, but by obtaining the objects, is life supported. 240 Anugita. Of sense, which is, like entering a house without a door, always meets death, on the exhaustion of the life winds *, as a fire which is kindled, is extinguished, on the exhaustion of fuel. Granted, that we have connections with our respective qualities, and granted that we have no perception of each other's qualities, still, without us, you have no perception, and so long no happiness can accrue to you. Quopra 8. The Brahmasa said. On this, too, they relate an ancient story, O beautiful one, showing, of what description is the institution of the 5 sacrificial priests. The learned know this to be a great principle, that the Prasa, and the Apna, and the Udana, and also the Samana, and the Vidna, are the 5 sacrificial priests. The Brahmasa's wife said, my former belief was that the sacrificial priests were 7 by their nature *, state how the great principle is that there are verily 5 sacrificial priests registered trademark symbol. The senses are the doors of the house here, as they are among the doors of the city at Jita, p. 65. Owing to the want of food, and c. Compare Maitri, p. 112, and Aadn. Dogya, p. 422. Perception of pleasure, says Arguna Misra, but he takes the subsequent clause to mean this, and without pleasure accrues to us either. The text is here in an unsatisfactory state. As stated in the last chapter, some MSS. Read your for my at the beginning of the sentence. Arguna Misra says that in this Pati Ahota Viforna, the 5 chief Hota 7s only are stated for Buckfully explaining the Prasadma. Chapter 8, 7. 271. The Brahmama said, the wind prepared by the Prawa afterwards comes the Apana. The wind prepared in the Apana then works as the Vyana. The wind prepared by the Vyana works as the Udana. And the wind prepared in the Udana is produced as Samana. They 4 Murli went to the Grandsi, who was born first, and said to him, tell us which is greatest among us. He shall be the greatest among us too. Brahman said, he, verily, is the greatest, who being extinct, all the life winds in the body of living creatures become extinct, and on whose moving about, they again move. About. Now, go where you like. The Prasa said. When I am extinct, all the life winds in the body. Arjuna Misra says, the wind going to the prana, and being obstructed in upward progress by the prana, goes to the apana. And then unable to go upwards or downwards, enters the passages or nadis of the body and becomes vidna. In the same way udana, by the collision of the two, produces sound in the throat, and depends on priva and apna, so, too, the samana dwelling in the navel and kindling the gastric fire is also dependent on those two. The meaning seems to be that one life wind is distributed in the different places, and gets different names, as stated, in the order mentioned. See Maitri, p. 28. Plus a similar visit on the part of the Pidzas, who, however, are not there the life winds only, but the Priksa Lfe wind and the active organs. To Pragapati is mentioned at Paidharamyaka Upanishad, p. 1016, and Aindogya, p. 297. Cf. also Prasna, p. 178, British English. Hadharanyaka, p. 317, and Kaushitaki, p. 63. See also, generally, as to the life winds and their functions, Padrasika, p. 280, and Sankara's comment there, Yogasvitras 3, 38, and comment. Cowell's note at Maitri, p. 247, Santi Pavan, Moksha Dharma. Chap. 184, St 24-25, Chap. 185, St 1 Seek. And p. 258 Supra. 272 Anusate. Of living creatures become extinct, and on my moving about, they again move about. I am the greatest. See, I am extinct. The Bhagwadgita said. Then the Prasa became extinct, and again moved about. Then the Samphorna and Udana also one, O beautiful one, spoke these words, you do not pervade all this here as we do. You are not the greatest among us, O Padma, because the apna is subject to you. Register trademark symbol. The Prasa again moved about register trademark symbol, and the apna asterisk said to him. The ape Dana said, when I am extinct, all the life winds in the body of living creatures become extinct, and on my moving about, they again move about. I am the greatest. See, I am extinct. The Brahma was said. Then the Vyd Fauna and the Udana addressed him. Who was speaking, thus you are not the greatest, O Apana, because the Prasa is subject to you. Then the Apna moved about, and the Vidna spoke to him, I am the greatest among you all. Here the reason why. When I am extinct, all the life winds in the body of living creatures become extinct. 1 Arjuna Misra says, Vyana and Apina also by force of the two ands which occur in the original, and so in other places too. Asterisk Arjuna Misra says on this, the Prasa moves upwards through the help of the Apana. If it moved downwards, it would be simply absorbed into the Apna. I.e. recommenced its proper operation in its proper place. Asterisk and the other life winds also, Arjuna Misra says, the name Prawa being merely indicative, as the phrase is, of the class to which it belongs. Chapter 8, 21. 273. And on my moving about, they again move about. I am the greatest. See, I am extinct. The Brahmesa said. Then the Vidna became extinct, and again moved about. And the Prasa and Apana, and the Udana, and the Samana, spoke to him, You are not the greatest among us, O Vidna, because the Samna is subject to you. The Vy and 4 now moved about again, and the Samana spoke again. I am the greatest among you, all. Hear the reason why. When I am extinct, all the life winds in the body of living creatures become extinct, and on my moving about, they again move about. I am the greatest. See, I am extinct. Then the Sam 4 now moved about, and the Udana said to him, I am the greatest among you, all. Hear the reason why. When I am extinct, all the life winds in the body of living creatures become extinct, and on my moving about, they again move about. I am the greatest. See, I am extinct. Then the Udana became extinct, and again moved about. And the Prava and Apna, and the Samana, and the Vyana also spoke to him, O Udna, you are not the greatest. The Vy fauna * only is subject to you. The Brahmavsa said. Then Brahman, the Lord of all creatures, said to them who were assembled together, You are all greatest, and not greatest *, you are all possessed. Because the Samana helps in the digestion of the food which afterwards goes to the Vidna for distribution through the nadis. Because the Udana is able to generate sound after the nadis are filled up by the Vyana. Register trademark symbol * not greatest because none of them is independent of the other. Greatest aguna misra renders by superior to objects. LX, T. 274 Anugita. Of one another's qualities. All are greatest in their own spheres, and all support one another. There is one unmoving life wind. There are others moving about, which are 5, owing to their specific qualities. My own self is one only, but accumulated in numerous forms, being friendly with one another, and pleasing one another, go away happily. Welfare be to you. Support one another. Chapter 9. The Brahmavsa said. On this, too, they relate this ancient story, a dialogue between Narada and the sage Devamata. Devamata said, when a creature is about to be born, what comes into existence first, his prasa or apana, or samana, or vyana, or else udana? Narada said, by whichever the creature is produced, that which is other than this first comes to him. And the pairs of the life winds should be understood, which move upwards, or downwards, or transversely. 1. This is not quite clear. I presume it means that each one has the generic qualities which make the others great in their own spheres, but the specific qualities are different. The one life wind is supposed high to be generally unmoving, but its distribution among the different parts of the body as specified, for instance, in the commentary on the Yoga Sutra Lit. 38, gives it the different names. The expression does not seem to be quite accurate for this, which nevertheless seems to be the true sense. Another reading is, that one is my own self compare. Mated. pp. 28 seek, 105, and Pe Dharamyaka, p. 169. Chapter 9, 9. 275. Devamata said, by which of the life winds is a creature produced? And which of them first comes to him? Explain. To me also the pairs of the life winds, which move upwards, or downwards, or transversely. Narada said, pleasure is produced from a mental operation, and it is also produced from a sound, it is also produced from taste, and it is also produced from color, and it is also produced from touch, and it is also produced from smell. This is the effect of the udana. The pleasure is produced from union register trademark symbol asterisk. From desire the semen is produced, and from the semen is produced menstrual excretion. The semen and the blood are produced by the samana and the vijnana in common. From the combination of the semen and the blood, the prasa comes first into operation, and the semen being developed by the prasa, the apana then comes into operation. The pair prava and apana go upwards and downwards, and the samana and vijnana are called the pair moving transversely. It is the teaching of the te desire. Sound equals recollection of a woman's voice, taste, style of chastity, color equals the beauty of a woman, Arguna Misra. Compare Apastamba I, 2, 7, 8, and Lalita Vistara, p. 19. 9 literally, sent for Ra, which Arguna Misra interprets to mean effect, and adds, the udana causes mental activity, and by mental acti, viti sound and see are apprehended. Register trademark symbol J. Senti of udana and mind, Arguna Misra, adding, the result is that a creature is produced by the udana. Or, perhaps, generally, that is to say, the store of them, the specific semen being produced from desire, as before stated. The samina's function is the digestion of food, and that of the vijnana is the distribution of the digested food to the whole body through the nadis, hence the proposition in the text. YT 2. 276 Anusate. Veda, that the fire verily is all the deities, and knowledge of it arises among Brahmawas, being accompanied by intelligence asterisk, the smoke of that fire, which is of excellent glory, appears in the shape of, the quality of, darkness, its ashes, the quality of passion, and the quality of goodness is that in connection with it, in which the offering is thrown. Those who understand the sacrifice stand the samana and the vijnana as the principal offering. The prasa and apana are portions of the offering of clarified butter, and between them is the fire. That is the excellent seat of the udana, as understood by Brahmasa's asterisk register trademark symbol. As to that which is distinct from these pairs, hear me speak about. 1. Compare inter alia, Atarya Brahmava, Bhagwadgita, p. 2. Arguna Misra says intelligence means discussion, or argument. The connection of this with what has gone before, according to Arguna Misra, is this, that the author having first stated the 5 Horta 7s fully, now explains in what the prasa and apana are to be offered up for acquiring the prasayama. The fire he takes to mean the self. Compare what has been said about Vaisvanara above, p. 259. Asterisk, that is to say, the flame, I take it. He is drawing out here the figure of the fire. These are only a subordinate part of the offering, called agia. Bigger. They are called subordinate, I suppose, as the operations of the samana and vyana are more practically important for vita. Lighty. The fire is the self. The place of the principal offering is between the agia bhagas, as stated by Arguna Misra. 5. The udana is here treated as the life wind into which the others are to be offered up. CP 258, and note 8 there. Degree. The next 3 sentences seem to indicate what is to be destroyed in common with the life winds. One has to get rid of all notions about day and night, good and evil, existence and non-existence, and then final emancipation is reached. The fire, which is common to all the passages, stands for the self, into that apparently all the ideas of time, and good and evil, and so forth, are to be offered as the life winds are, and that fire stands in the place of. Chapter X, 2. 277. That day and night are a pair, between them is the fire. That is the excellent seat of the udana, as understood by Brahmosas. That which exists and that which does not exist are a pair, but sen them is the fire. That is the excellent seat of the udana as understood by Brahmesas. The two, good and evil, are a pair, between them is the fire. That is the excellent seat of the udana as understood by Brahmesas. First, the samana and vyaya and na, their function is performed, then, secondly, the samforna comes into operation again. Then the Vya register trademark symbol for tranquility, and tranquility is the eternal Brahman. This is the excellent seat of the udana as understood by Brahmesas. Chapter X. On this, too, they relate an ancient story, showing of what nature is the institution of the Ayacharora. The due performance of it in its entirety is now taught. Hear me, O good woman. State this one. The udana, for this purpose, as into the last all the other life winds have to be offered. As to that which exists, and see, compare. Gita, p. 103. And p. 370, note 9 infra. As to good and evil and generally, compare. Khandogya, p. 60, Kaushitaki, p. 19. They are nothing to one who knows the Brahman. Day and night Arguna Misra takes to mean the Idi and Pingalanats, between which is the Sushumsa, as they are connected with the sun and moon. But the sense of the whole passage is far from clear. One Arguna Misra understands these to be 3 savanas. 2 of taking into the nadis the food digested in the night, this is the morning savana, the afternoon savana is the kindling of the gastric fire for digesting new food. Asterisk. The Vamadavya is a sphincter beginning kaya nasatra, RV1v. 31,1. The singing of it is the 3rd savana, Aguna Misra, and Sce Tatiniya Arasika, p. 889. 4 cf. Aitarya Brahmesa, Hog, pp. 132, 133. 278 Anusara. Full mystery. The instrument, the action, the agent, and emancipation, these, indeed, O you of a pure heart, are the 4 hortats by whom this universe is enveloped. Here also the assignment of causes exhaustively to the nose, and the tongue, and the eye, and the skin, and the ear as the fifth. Mind and understanding, these seven should be understood to be the causes of the knowledge of qualities. Smell, and taste, and color, sound, and touch as the fifth, the object of the mental operation and the object of the understanding. These seven are causes of action. He who smells, he who eats, he who sees, he who speaks, and he who hears. As the fifth, he who thinks, and he who understands. These seven should be understood to be the causes of the agents. These register trademark symbol, being possessed of qualities, enjoy their own qualities, agreeable and disagreeable. And I am here devoid of qualities. Thus, these seven are the causes of emancipation register trademark symbol. And among the learned who understand everything, the cf. as to the three first, Gita, p. 123. They are the four categories, to one or other of which everything in the world may be referred. Asterisk the texts here differ. Arjuna Misra's reading he interprets to mean the subjugation of these hortats. The reading followed in the text seems to some extent to be supported by the sequel, but the passage altogether is not very clear. Asterisk so Arjuna Minor, through these the knowledge of the qualities of objects of sense is acquired. Asterisk the sensations, or perceptions, referred to lead to action. Asterisk this seems to mean that the powers of smelling and see, when attributed to the self, make him appear as an agent, as an active principle. Asterisk lo. Action, agent, and instrument, Arjuna Misra. Lo. The three, goodness, passion, and darkness. Asterisk it is these seven from which the self is to be emancipated. I must mean the self, not the Brahmana. Who speaks? Chapter X, 14. 279. Qualities, which are in the position of the deities, each in its own place, always enjoy the offering according to prescribed rules. To him who is not learned, eating various kinds of food, the feeling of this or that being mine adheres, and cooking food for him self, he, through the feeling of this or that being mine, is ruined. The eating of that which should not be eaten, and drinking of intoxicating drinks also destroys him. He destroys the food, and destroying that food he is destroyed in return. The learned man, being himself a ruler, destroying this food, again produces it, and not even a trifling obstacle plus arises to him from that food. Whatever is thought by the mind, whatever is spoken by speech, whatever is heard by the ear, whatever is seen by the eye, whatever is touched by the sense of touch, and whatever is smelled by the nose, absorbing all these offerings from all sides, together with those senses, which with the mind are six register trademark symbol, my fire of high qualifications, shines dwelling within the body. My sacrifice of concentration of mind is in progress, the performance of which yields the fire register trademark symbol of knowledge. 1 te. I presume, the senses. Cf. Gita, 55p. The learned do not suppose their self to have aught to do with them, compare. Git, p. 64. To compare. Gita, p. 53, Manu 3, 118. 8t's knowledge gives him this power. He is not destroyed. Hy the food as the other man is. Nilakaksta compares Bradara. Iaka, p. 884. C2 p. 260, note ex supra. For i.e. mischief owing to the destruction of life necessary for getting food, says Nflakor /ka quoting Daranyaka, p. 913. 5. This includes the operation of the understanding also. Nila tilde. Kaz /ha says this verse explains what the word food means here. 6. For the phrase cf. Jita, p. 112. 7. That is to say, myself, Arguna Misra, cp. 259, note 3 supra. Asterisk as the objects of sense and see are all absorbed into it. Asterisk it is called fire as it binds up all action. Compare. Gitti, p. 62. 280 Anusaya. The stotra in which, is the upward life wind, the sastra. The downward life wind, and which is very beneficial. On account of the abandonment of everything, the Brahmin priest in which, is the counselor in all action, the hot 7 priest, the self. The Advarayu priest, the self, whose hymn of praise is the offer. Ing, the sastra of the prasts, truth, and the Dakshive, final emancipation. On this, too, as verses are recited by the men who understand Narawa, the god Narawa to whom they merely offered animal register trademark symbol, offerings, on that summon. Hymns register trademark symbol are sung, of which an illustration is stated. 1. Arguna Misra's commentary is not intelligible here, so I follow. Nilak has sent ha, but diffidently. 2. Te the mind, say the commentators. Manta simply is given. Among the synonyms of ahankara at Sankhya-sara, p. 16. 5. Te the actions performed for knowledge of the truth, Arguna Misra. 4. Nilakantha refers to Alz Tapa Astgrihapati and also the famous allegory at the end of the Taittiriya for Ranyaka. These are cited, he says, as authorities for this sacrifice, consisting of concentration of mind. 5. Je the senses, Nilakans /ka. Arguna Misra compares the whole passage with the Purusha Sfikta, which are the 2 vices alluded to, according to him. He refers for further explanations to his own commentary on that Sfikta of the Rigveda. 6. They sing these hymns, out of the gratification produced by knowledge of the self, says Nilakaz /a, and he cites Taitatya Aranyaka, p. 749. See also Taittiriya Upanishad, p. 138, and San Kara's commentary there. 7. The readings of our texts here are not very satisfactory. The illustration is stated, says Ntlakor /ka, whose reading we follow, by the Taitolias in the passage referred to in the last note. Arguna Misra's reading means such as to who are you, which would seem to be the words of the summon hymn referred to. But his commentary does not show what the words before him were. The whole figure, as drawn out in this passage, is not quite clear, though the general sense is pretty intelligible. Compare the allegories at Aitariya Brahma. pp. 132, 133, and at the close of the Taitatyadrasika. Chapter 11, 3. 281. O modest one! Understand that God Nareza, who is the self of everything. Chapter 11. There is one director, there is no second director. I speak concerning him who abides in the heart. This being, the director, dwells in the heart, and directs all creatures, impelled by that same being. I move as I am ordered, like water on a declivity. There is one instructor, there is no second, different from him. I speak concerning him who abides in the heart, taught by that instructor, all snakes whatever are ever hated in the world. There is one kinsman, there is no second, different from him. I speak concerning him who abides in the heart, taught by him. Kinsmen are possessed of kinsman register trademark symbol, and the 7 ashes, O son of Patut, shine in heaven register trademark symbol. There. *T.E. The Supreme Being, Arguna Misra. Nalakaz /ha connects this with the preceding chapter by saying that this describes Nara Yana, who is there mentioned. See Santi Pavan, Moksha Dharma. Chap. 226, St. Bombay ed. 2. The natural feelings of animosity are caused by the Supreme Being within. Such seems to be the meaning. Compare Gita, pp. 128. 129. I may remark that Arguna Misra seems to interpret the original words, which we have rendered by I speak concerning him and see, to mean I repeat what has been said by and see. This does not seem to me to be satisfactory, and it may be added, too, that Arguna Misra's interpretation appears in his gloss not on the first verse, about the director but only on the second, about the instructor. Hated equals full of animosity, Nilakavda. Te. The feeling of kinsmanship arises from his inspiration. The poet seems to be nodding here, as this expression cannot form part of the Brahmana's speech to his wife. The 7 sages are always mentioned together, and may well be spoken of as types of the feeling of kinship. 282. Anusate is one hearer, there is no second, different from him. I speak concerning him who abides in the heart, living under that instructor, according to the proper motive, living with an instructor. Sakra. Acquired immortality in all worlds. There is one enemy, there is no second, different from him. I speak concerning him who abides in the heart, taught by that instructor, all snakes what ever are ever hated in the world. On this, too, they relate an ancient story, about the instruction of the snakes, and the gods, and sages, by Pragpati. The gods, and sages, and the snakes, and the demons, approaching Pragapati, said, to him tell us the highest good. To them who were inquiring about the highest good, the Venerable One said, Om4, the Brahman, in a single syllable. Hearing that, they ran away in various directions register trademark symbol. When they were running for instruction regarding the self, the inclination of the snakes to biting had been already formed. The natural inclination of the demons towards ostentatiousness had been formed. The gods had been engaged in gifts, and the great sages in restraint of the senses. Having had one teacher, Nalay takes this to mean pupil, but it is difficult to reconcile that with the rest of the passage. Arguna Misra renders it by the destroyer of everyone's doubts. For that, it will be necessary to take the word as a form of the causative, and not the simple root stu, to hear. But see, 2, p. 283, the instructor, the hearer. Compare. Sanatsugatiya, p. 152, note 1. The words here are nearly the same as before, the commentator Tors give no explanation of the repetition. But SCEP 281, note 2. Compare. Gita, 79p. The full sense is that from the study of this the highest good is attained. Lo, to their own dwellings, believing that they had learnt what they wanted. See up to 11, 17. 283. And having been instructed with one word, the snakes, the gods, the sages, and the demons, all engaged in different pursuits. One hears what is said to one, and apprehends it duly, but even to one who inquires and extols highly, there is no other instructor register trademark symbol, and by his counsel does action afterwards take place. The instructor, the learner, the hearer, and the enemy, are always within the heart. Acting fully in the world, he becomes a man of sinful conduct. Acting virtuously in the world, he becomes a man of virtuous conduct register trademark symbol. And he becomes a man of conduct according to his own desire who, owing to his desires, is given up to the pleasures of the senses. But he who, casting aside vows register trademark symbol and actions, merely adheres to the Brahman, he moving about in the world identifying himself with the Brahman, becomes a Brahme for Aaron. To him the Brahman itself is the fuel, the Brahman the fire, the Brahman his origin, the Brahman water, the Brahman the instructor. He is wrapped in the the meaning seems to be that the original inclination was not altered by the new instruction received by them. Nilakantha seems to understand the passage differently. What has been rendered in the text by when they were running for instruction, he renders by when they were practically carrying out the instruction received by them, but this rendering seems to omit all consideration of the words for Vamiva to, already. Though, therefore, there are one or two circumstances in favor of this construction, I have adopted the other. Compare. Padaramyaka, p. 964. 2. The meaning is that the real instructor is within oneself, abiding in the heart as said before, although instruction may in form be received from one outside, of whom one seeks to learn, and whom one respects, or extols highly, as the text has it, and although such instruction may be well apprehended. Register trademark symbol compare. Brihad Franvaka, pp. 546 to 853. See Gita, p. 117. I.e, fasts and other Ike observances. A 284. Anusate. Brahman. Such is this subtle life as a Brahmarin. Understood by the wise. Understanding it they practiced it, being instructed by the Kshetrugvya register trademark symbol. Quopta 12. The Brahmesa said, I have crossed beyond that very impassable place, in which fancies are the gadflies and mows. Ketos*, in which grief and joy are cold and heat. In which delusion is the blinding darkness, in which avarice is the beasts of prey and reptiles, in which desire and anger are the obstructors, the way to which consists in worldly objects, and is to be crossed by one singly for. And I have entered the great forest degree. The Brahmesa's wife said, Where is that forest, O very intelligent person? What are the trees there, and what the rivers, and the hills and mountains, and at what distance is that forest? 1 Compare. Gita, 62p. The water is that required for the sacrifice. The words the Brahman one's his origin are not quite clear, as being not connected with the figure employed. Perhaps it might be taken otherwise, thus, the bioman, 1s, the fire-produced fume. The Brahman, this last standing for the Arazi. 2 one who understands the truth, Nilekanya, God, Arguna. Misra. The same sentence winds up 2 of the following chapters. And at p. 310 Katshwa says the Kshetrugfla signifies the supreme self. See Jita, p. Row 2 seek. Degree compare. Lalita Vistara, p. 44. I not with the help of sun, wealth, and sea, says Nilekor /ha, as each man's salvation after having got into the course of worldly life depends on himself. Compare. Svanti Pavan, Moksha Dharma, Chap. 193. St 32, and Manu 4, 240, Obstructor, Thief, Arguna Misra. *lo. The Brahman. Nilekan Sentha compares a text from the Sruti. Kim Svidvanam Kau Savriksha 4 Sat, SCE Rigveda. X, 31, 7. Chapter XH, 8. 285. The Brahmesa said, There is nothing else more delightful than that. When there is no distinction from it, there is nothing more afflicting than that. When there is a distinction from it, there is nothing smaller than that. There is nothing larger than that *. There is nothing more subtle than that. There is no other happiness equal to that. Entering it, the twice born do not grieve, and do not exult. Register trademark symbol %. They are not afraid of anybody, and nobody is afraid of them. In that forest * are 7 large trees, 7 fruits, and 7 guests, 7 hermitages, 7 forms of concentration, and 7 forms of initiation. This is the description of the forest. That forest is filled with trees producing splendid flowers and fruits of 5 colors. That forest. 1 Compare. Khandogya, pp. 516, 517. Compare. Sanatsugatiya, p. 180 and note there. For us to all this Jita, p. Raw. For this is not the forest spoken of before, but what has been before called the impassable place, but which also at p. 286 is by implication called a forest, viz. the course of worldly life. 5 viz. the eye, ear, tongue, skin, and nose, and the mind, and understanding. These are called trees, as being producers of the fruits, namely, the pleasures and pains derived from their several operations. the guests are the powers of each sense personified. They receive the fruits above described, the hermitages are the trees above mentioned, in which the guests take shelter. The 7 forms of concentration are the exclusion from the self of the 7 functions of the 7 senses and already referred to. The 7 forms of initiation refer to the initiation into the higher life, by repu. Dieting as not one's own the actions of each member out of the group of 7. Cf. as to this as Anugita, p. 219, and commentary there. Register trademark symbol compare for these different numbers of colors, Yogasvitra it. 19, and commentary, p. 105, and Sankhyasvara, 18p. The trees here meant are the tanmatras, or subtle elements, and the theory is that the Gandha tanmatra, or subtle element of smell, has 5 qualities. Its 286 Anugita is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 4 colors. That forest is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 3 colors, and mixed. That forest is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 2 colors, and of beautiful colors. That forest is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 1 color, and fragrant. That forest is filled with 2 large trees producing numerous flowers and fruits of undistinguished colors. There is 1 fire asterisk here, connected with the Brahman asterisk, and having a good mind asterisk. And there is fuel here, namely, the 5 senses. The 7 forms of emancipation from the mother. 7 forms of initiation register trademark symbol. The qualities are the fruits, and the guests eat the fruits. There, in various places, the great sages receive hospitality. And when they have been worshipped and have disappeared, another forest shines forth, in which intelligence is the tree, and emancipation the fruit, and which possesses shade, in the form of own special one, so to say, and the 4 special ones of the others. The next is taste, the next color, the next touch, and the last sound. Each has 1 quality less than its predecessor. See Yogasvitra, p. 106. And gloss, Sankhyasvara I, 62, and Vedanta Paribaha, p. 43. 1. These are mind and understanding. 3. The fruits and flowers are here of undistinguished colors as the text expresses it, since they include the colors of all the fruits of all the other 5 sets of trees. That is to say, the subject matter of their operations is sound, taste, and see, the subject matters of all the senses together, asterisk undistinguished. Colors is, perhaps, more literally of colors not clear. Arjuna Misra paraphrases it by of variegated colors, which is no doubt the true ultimate sense. For the self, Nilukartha cp 279, note 7 ptit. 5j.e, I presume, devoted to the Brahman. Asterisk i.e., truck knowledge, Arjuna Misra. Asterisk see note 5. p. 28s. Asterisk lo. When the senses having worked, as unconnected with the self, are finally absorbed into it, Sankhya Harika 4 Gund. Kada, p. 15a. Chapter 12, 21. 287. Quality, which depends on knowledge, which has contentment for its water, and which has the kshetrugvya within for the sun. The good who attain to that have no fear afterwards. Its end cannot be Kived upwards or downwards or horizontally. There always dwell 7 females there asterisk, with faces turned downwards, full of brilliance, and causes of generation. They absorb register trademark symbol all the higher delights of people, as inconstancy absorbs everything plus. In that same register trademark symbol, principle, the 7 perfect sages, together with their chiefs, the richest register trademark symbol, abide, and again emerge from the same glory, brilliance, and greatness, enlightenment, victory, perfection, and power. These 7 rays follow after this same sun. Hills and mountains also are there collected together, and rivers and streams flowing with water, produced from the Brahman. And there is the confluence of the rivers in the secluded place register trademark symbol for the one. TT extends on all sides, its end cannot be perceived on any side. Register trademark symbol. These are, according to Arjuna Misra, the Mahat, Ahankara, and 5 Tanmatras. Their faces are turned downwards, as they are obstacles in the way upwards, viz. the way of final emancipation. They are brilliant, as they light up the course of worldly life. And hence, too, they are causes of generation. They give birth to the universe. Asterisk. They conceal the higher delight of final emancipation. Asterisk. I follow Arjuna Misra, but the text is doubtful. Register trademark symbol viz. the Brahman. Register trademark symbol chapter Khandogya, pp. 295-300. The word sages here, as before, means the various organs. Sce Bhadranyaka, p. 415. 7 Glory equals renown, brilliance equals Brahmic splendor, biomatagas. Perfection equals obtaining what is desired, power equals not being conquered by others. Arjuna Misra. About the sun, sec line 3 of text above. Asterisk t.e at. Contentment. See the second line in the text above. Register trademark symbol te, the space in the heart, the sacrifice being that of concentration of mind yogayakshya, nilekanja. A confluence of rivers is very sacted. Here the meaning intended seems to be the absorption of all desires by contentment into the heart. 288 Anugita. Sacrifice, whence those who are contented in their own selves repair to the divine, Grandsi himself. Those whose wishes are reduced, whose wishes are fixed on good vows, whose sins are burnt up by penance, merging the self in the self devote themselves to Brahman. Those people who understand the forest of knowledge, praise tranquility, and aspiring to that forest, they are born so as not to lose courage. Such, indeed, is this holy forest, as understood by Brahmosas. And understanding it, they act accordingly, being directed by the Kshetragya. Q-Haprara 13. The Br and Mavsa said, I do not smell smells, I perceive no tastes, I see no color, and I do not touch, nor yet do I hear various sounds, nor even do I entertain any fancies. Register trademark symbol. Nature desires objects which are liked, nature hates all objects which are hateful. Asterisk. Desire and hatred are born from nature, as the upward and 1 literally, lean. 2j.e, the body in the soul, Aguna Misra. 5 Knowledge is Brahman, which is described as a forest here. Arguna Misra. 4. Compare. Jita, p. 70. 5. This is the name for the operations of the mind. The sense is similar to that at Jita, p. 55. The self has nothing to do with these feelings, the qualities deal with the qualities. 7. Compare. Jala, 65p. The meaning of nature here, as in the Jita, is in substance the result of all previous action with which the self has been associated, which result, of course, exists connected not with the self, but with the developments of nature, in the form of body. Chapter 13, 7. 289. Downward life wins, after attaining to the bodies of living creatures. Apart from them, and as the constant entity underlying them, I see the individual self in the body. Dwelling in that self, I am in no wise attached to anything, through desire or anger, or old age, or death. Not desiring any object of desire, not hating any evil, there is no taint on my nature's percent, as there is no taint of a drop of water on lotuses asterisk, they are inconstant things. Appertaining to this constant principle, which looks on various natures. Although actions are performed, the net of enjoyments does not attach itself to it, as the net of the sun's rays does not attach itself to the sky asterisk on this 5, 2, they relate an ancient story, in the shape of a dialogue between an Advairyu priest and an ascetic. Understand that, O glorious one, seeing an animal being sprinkled asterisk at a sacrificial ceremony, an ascetic who was sitting there, spoke to the Advairyu, censoring the act, as destruction of life. The Advairyu senses, and see, the comparison appears to mean that the feelings of desire and see are, like the life winds, unconnected with the self, though associated with it, and are both alike manifestations of nature. 1. Nalakorha compares Bradarasika, p. 770. Arguna Misra has a different reading, meaning liable to be subjugated. 2. The plural, which is in the original, is unusual. The various aspects of the result stated in p. 288, note 7, being looked at separately, are described as natures like the leaves of a lotus, which in their ensemble make one lotus. 5. Lalita Vistara, p2, and p64 Supra. The figure seems to be somewhat like that at Jita, p82, about the atmosphere and space, which latter one remains untainted by the former. J.Okaying on various natures, i.e. as distinct from the self. 5. Viz. The remaining untainted. Register trademark symbol G. With water, preparatory to its being offered up for the sacrifice. 8. U. 290 Anugita answered him, saying, this goat will not be destroyed. This creature will obtain welfare, since the Vedic text is such. For that part of him which is of the earth will go to the earth, whatever in him is produced from water, that will enter water. His eye will enter the sun, his ear the quarters, and his life winds likewise the sky, for there is no offense on my part, adhering, as I do, to the scriptures asterisk. The ascetic said, if you perceive that good will result upon his life being severed from him, then the sacrifice is for the goat. What benefit is it to you? Let the brother, father, mother, and friend of the goat give you their consent *, take him to them, and consult them, especially as he is dependent. You ought to inquire of those who can give their consent thus. After hearing their consent, the matter will be fit for consideration. The life winds *2 of this goat have gone to their sources, and I think only his unmoving body remains. To those who wish to derive enjoyment from the slaughter of a living creature, the unconscious body being comparable to fuel, that which is called an animal becomes 1. Compare Padaranyaka, p. 542, and p. 337 below. Compare Arandogya Upanishad, p. 627, and also Safrakabdshaya. Onstra Lit. 1, 25, p. 774. II. For his slaughter, which is to bring welfare to the gout. Arjuna Misra says that this is a sort of reductio ad absurdum, as the sacrifice is in truth not in the interests of the goat at all. Viz. Whether the yote should be killed without their consent. He onged not to be slaughtered, with their consent, it becomes a matter for consideration, Arjuna Misra. It may also mean the senses, as in the Ayandopya, p. 27. Chapter 13, 21. 2 Chi 1. The fuel. The teaching of the elders is, that refraining from slaughter of living creatures is the duty among all duties. We maintain that action should be performed which involves no slaughter. Our proposition is no slaughter of living creatures. If I spoke further, it would be possible to find fault with your proceedings in many ways. Always refraining from the slaughter of all beings is what we approve. We substantiate this from what is actually visible, for we do not rely on what is not visible. The Advairyu said, you enjoy the earth's quality of fragrance, you drink watery juices, you see the colors of shining bodies, you touch the qualities of the air, you hear the sound produced in space, you think by the mind on the objects of mental operations. And all these entities, you believe, have life. You have not, then, abstained from taking life. You are engaged in the slaughter of living creatures, *. There is no movement register trademark symbol without slaughter of living creatures. Or what do you think, O twice-born one? This is not very clear, but the meaning seems to be that the slaughter is committed for the enjoyment of the sacrificer. The sacrificer only requires fakal, and the slaughtered animal is then used for that purpose. Compare Khandogya, p. 6247, and next note, and Jata, inter alia. p. 1x4, and p. 348 infra. 8c Sankhya Tattvaikaumudi, p. 7. Te. A rule expressly laid down. What is not visible means what is not expressly stated, but is to be derived by inference, and so forth. Compare Apastamba I, 1, 4-8. The express text is the famous 1. Nahimsayat Saiva Pitani. His, which is rendered slaughter. Here, may mean also giving pain generally. This is the two-quoque argument, the sustentation of life requires some sort of slaughter. Asterisk i.e. the support of the body, says Arjuna Missa. U2. 292 Anusai. The ascetic said, the indestructible and the destructible, such is the double manifestation of the self. Of these the indestructible is the existent, the manifestation as an individual entity, is called the destructible asterisk, the life winds, the tongue, the mind, and the quality of goodness, together with the quality of passion, these make up the manifestations as individual entities. And to one who is free from these manifestations, who is free from the pairs of opposites, who is devoid of expectations, who is alike to all beings, who is free from the thought that this or that is mine, who has subdued his self, and who is released on all hands degree, there is no fear anywhere degree. The Advairyu said, O best of talented men, one should in this world. One Arjuna Misra takes it otherwise, the true nature of the Sat, the Self. Nflakania renders the original by Sadrapame without further explanation. This indestructible seems to correspond to that mentioned at Jita, p. 113, which should be considered in connection with Jita, pp. 73,74. The note at the former pages, perhaps not quite accurately expressed, as the word material cause conveys some inadmissible associations. Perhaps underlying principle might be a nearer approach to the correct idea. The existent will thus be that which really exists, as it is indestructible. 2 cf. Jita, p. 77. 5 c. Santi Pavan, Moksha, chapter 240, st. 31. Asterisk Arjuna Misra says the life winds here are indicative of the operations of the organs of action, as to which SCEP 290, note 5. Supra, the tongue of the perceptive senses, the mind of the internal activities, the quality of goodness of all sources of pleasure, and passion of all sources of pain, the last two apparently covering the external world, the previous ones the human activities, internal and external. Asterisk released sil. From piety or impiety, and c. Arjuna Misra, who says self in the fires preceding means mind. Asterisk because, says Arjuna Misra, according to the very authority which says there is sin in slaughter, all sin is destroyed by no ledge. Compare Jita, p. 64. Chapter 14, 2, 293. Dwell in company of good men only. For having heard your opinion, my mind is enlightened. O Venerable Sir, I approach you, in the belief that you are the Lord, and I say to you, O twice-born one, there is no fault attaching to me, performing, as I have done, the rites performed by others too. The Brahmesa said. With this explanation, the ascetic thereafter remained silent, and the Advairyu also proceeded with the great sacrifice, freed from delusion. Thus Brahmasas understand the very subtle emancipation to be of this nature, and understanding it, they act accordingly, being directed by the Kshetrugvya. Quarter 14. The Brahmesa said. On this asterisk, too, they relate an old story, in the shape of a dialogue of a pure heart, between Kartavriya and the ocean. There lived once a king named Arjuna, a descendant of Kiratavriya. possessed of 1,000 arms, who with his bow conquered the whole earth up to the ocean. Once. Compare. Taittiriya Upanishad, 40p. Register trademark symbol. The readings here in the MSS are not satisfactory. I adopt as the best that which appears to have been before Arjuna Misra. The meaning seems to be this: I have now understood the truth. But I cannot be blamed for having hitherto done that which I saw everyone else do. Now I have had the benefit of conversation with a good man, and have become free from my delusion. Namely, that final emancipation is not to be obtained by action, and that slaughter one is sinful. For he is also Kalida Yojin at Raghuvamsa 6:38. See Malmath. Commentary there. 294 Anugita. On a time, as we have heard, he was walking about near the sea, proud of his strength, and showering hundreds of arrows on the sea. The ocean, saluting him, and with joined hands, said, O brave man, do not throw arrows on me. Say, what shall I do for you? The creatures who take shelter with me are being destroyed, O tiger-like king, by the great arrows thrown by you. Give them security, O Lord. Arjuna said, if there is anywhere any wielder of the bow equal to me in battle, who might stand against me in the field, name him to me. The ocean said, if, O king, you have heard of the great sage Gamadagni, his son is the proper person to show you due hospitality. Then the king, full of great wrath, went away, and arriving at that hermitage approached Rama only. In company with his kinsman, he did many acts disagreeable to Rama, and caused much trouble to the high-souled Rama. Then the power of Rama, whose power was unbounded, blazed forth, burning the hosts of the enemy, O lotus-eyed one. And then Rama, taking up his axe, hacked away that man of the 1,000 arms in battle, like a tree of many branches. Seeing him killed and fallen, all his kinsmen assembled together, and taking swords and lances, surrounded the descendant of Bhy7gu. Rama, also taking up a bow, and hurriedly mounting a chariot, shot away volleys of arrows, and blew away the army of the king. Then some of the lo, by giving him what he dissuade, a foeman worthy of his steel to fight with him. Chapter 14, 20. 295. Kshatriyas, often troubled by fear of the son of Gamadagni, entered mountains and inaccessible places, like antelopes troubled by a lion, and the subjects of those Kshatriyas, who were not performing their prescribed duties through fear of him, became Vishalas, owing to the disappearance of Brahmasas *. Thus the Dravidas, Abhiras, Pausaras, together with the Sabaras, became Vr7 Shalas owing to the abandonment of their duties by Kshatriyas. Then when the heroic children of Kshatriya women were destroyed again and again, the Kshatriyas, who were produced by the Brahmavas * were also destroyed by the son of Gamadagni. At the end of the 21st slaughter, a bodiless voice from heaven, which was heard by all people, spoke sweetly to Rama, O Rama! O Rama! Desist from this slaughter. What good, dear friend, do you perceive, in taking away the lives of these kins men of Kshatriyas over and over again. Then, 2. His grandfather's registered trademark symbol, with Astika as their head, likewise said to the high-souled, Rama, desist, O noble one. But Rama, not forgiving Lee's fathers, 1. Viz. the protection of their subjects. 2. As the kings failed to protect the people, the Brahmasas apparently were nowhere forthcoming. Compare Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, pp. 482 Sikh, 358, 3913 Volume 2. p. 423, Santi Pavan, Chapter 6g, St 13, Chapter 207, St 42, Rigadharma. Asterisk as Kshatriyas were required for the protection of the people. The Bhimavas procreated them on Kshatriya women. See Mure. Sanskrit Texts, Volume I, p. 45x Sikh. And as they were the offspring of these anomalous connections, they are described as kinsmen of Kshatriyas. Compare Ahashandogya, p. 317, Vedarani aka, p. 1037 and comments there. As to heroic, SCE Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Vol 4. p. 302 Note. Registered trademark symbol CF Jita, p. 40, Note 1. Registered trademark symbol C. As to the whole story, Mure, Sanskrit Texts, Vol. I, p. 442. 296 Anugita. Murder, said to those sages, you ought not to keep me back from this. The pits said, O best of victors, you ought not to destroy these kinsmen of Kshatriyas. It is not proper for you, being a Brahmasa, to slaughter these kings. Chapter 15. The Pita said. On this, too, they relate an ancient story. Hearing that story, O best of the twice-born, you should act accordingly. There was, once, a royal sage named Alaka, whose penance was very great, who understood duty, who was veracious, high-souled, and very firm in his vows, having with his bow conquered this world as far as the ocean, having performed very difficult deeds. He turned his mind to subtle registered trademark symbol subjects. While he was sitting at the foot of a tree, O you of great intelligence, his thoughts, abandoning those great deeds, turned to subtle questions. Alaka said, my mind is become too strong that conquest is constant in which the mind is conquered. Though surrounded by enemies, I shall direct my arrows elsewhere, as by its unsteadiness, it wishes to 1. The impropriety or sinfulness of slaughter. 2. Such as the subjugation of enemies and so forth. 5. The Brahman, says Kniflake has /show. Te. Too strong to be under control. 5. That is to say, elsewhere than towards the external foes with whom he was waging war. The text 1's unsatisfactory here. I adopt Nalakor /Ha's reading. Chapter 15, I2. 207. Make all mortals perform action, I will cast very sharp-edged arrows at the mind. The mind said, these arrows, O Alaka, will not penetrate through me at all. They will only pierce your own vital part, and your vital part being pierced, you will die. Look out for other arrows by which you may destroy me. Hearing that, he then spoke these words after consideration. Alaka said, smelling very many perfumes, one hankers after them only. Therefore I will cast sharp arrows at the nose. The nose said, these arrows, O Alaka, will not penetrate through me at all. They will only pierce your own vital part, and your vital part being pierced, you will die. Look out for other arrows by which you may destroy me. Hearing that, he then spoke these words after consideration. Alaka said, enjoying savory tastes, this tongue hankers after one. This and the other corresponding words must be understood to refer not to the physical nose and so forth, but the sense seated there. The nose here, for instance, stands for the sense of smell. Nilakan/Ra understands all these words of Alaka as indicating the so-called Hasha Yoga, which, he adds, invariably occasions death. As to the throwing of arrows at the mind, he says, it means, I will subdue the mind by the restraint of the excretive organs by means of the Hasha Yoga. And finally he says, a man, having one restrained all the senses by means of the Hasha Yoga, merely droops away. Becoming deficient in those senses, he does not accomplish his end.